Thank you, Commissioner. We'll welcome you to the stage, and we really appreciate you being here. You're still in your first term, but you're our senior ranking commissioner and the commission chair, and you're an expert in all things Kane County, right?
Absolutely not. No, it's good to be with you. Thank you, Kelly. This is such a wonderful event, and obviously a wonderful turnout. Thank you to all of you for being here. As Kelly mentioned, my name's Wade Heaton. I live on the northern end of the county. I have been a county commissioner for 2 years, and we did have some changes in the commission just this last election cycle, and so we have 2 new great commissioners. Excited to work with them, Commissioner Myers and Commissioner Cabella. A lot going on in Kane County. As the 3 of us have tried to sit down and get up to speed, there's just a lot. There's just a lot going on, and the onboarding process for them has been like drinking from a fire hose, but they're excited and they're ready to be a part of this. I was asked to address just a couple of items, and I will be brief. When they asked me to talk about a few of these things, they said these are the items that no one else wants to talk about. They're most likely to get your vehicle keyed. And I'm a slow learner and said, hey, I'd be happy to address them a little bit. But a few of the things I want to talk about. Oh, here's the clicker. I'm actually going to mix this up just a little bit. And I want to talk about growth in Kane County real quick. There is a movement in our county that is really starting to feel a little bit anti-business, anti-commerce. Kane County is a wonderful place. We all know that. That's why we're here. And we have a tendency, I think, to want to put a bubble around things, want to protect things, which is great. I don't think any of us want Kane County to change. The reason why we're here is because we love the culture, we love the people, and we want to protect that so that it doesn't change, which is human nature. But I think we've got to consider what goes along with that. I don't think we want to become a county that is anti-business, that is anti-commerce, that wants to stifle everything. And there is a movement in the county going in that direction. And there is a balance. I think you all know that. We all, not all, many of us have children that I would love to be a part of this county. And I think we've got to make space for them. There is going to be natural growth. There is a sentiment in the county that we're growing too quickly. And I wanted to address this just a little bit. There were 110 business licenses issued in Kane County in 2022. Now that does not count the licenses that were issued in the municipalities, but that was just in Kane County. I want to talk just a little about this residential growth part. There were roughly 20 zone changes applied for in 2022. About 2/3 of those were approved. But I want you to consider a few things. We've all gotten nervous about some of these large projects that have gone in Kane County over the last 2 years in the unincorporated parts as well as the parts that are in municipalities. You know, this group knows better than most. It's market driven. And when the market isn't ready for some of these projects, just because they've been approved doesn't mean they're going to happen. The majority of the projects that have been approved in the last 2 years in Kane County haven't even been started yet. The market's going to dictate when they've been started. Just because there's a zone change and a project approved doesn't mean we're going to have 500 new homes next week. You guys understand that better than most. The market's going to decide how quickly Kane County grows, and I do think it's up to our elected officials to our government officials to make sure we are growing in a smart way, but I would caution us to really get excited about stifling growth in our county. That inherently stifles business and commerce in the same. I don't want to itemize each one of these, but I just do want to look at a couple. There have been roughly 10 or 12 projects in the county that have been approved. A few on Cedar Mountain, a few out east of town. We've got, as we talked about, there are Palomar Estates and Crimson Estates that have been out east of Kanab. I want to mention one thing, and they're going to regret giving me the mic, but I want to mention one thing. Oftentimes, people look at county government in the unincorporated parts, and they want it to act like a surrogate municipality. I just want to put this seed in your head, and I would love you to share this idea if you could. We shouldn't ask and expect and want our county government to act like a municipality. To me, county government provides a very basic form of county government. And when we get communities, and I bring it up because we've got a community out east of Kanab, when these communities get to a certain point, they shouldn't look to their county government and say, I'm in an unincorporated part of the county, I need these things. And we're going to address a couple of those, mainly services, roads, fire protection, a lot of these sorts of things. We're talking, we get into the realm very quickly in these communities of talking about municipal services. Those should be provided by municipalities. We shouldn't ask our county government to fill the role of a municipality. When we get a community, we need to start having a serious discussion about incorporation. Incorporation isn't about higher taxes and more restrictions. It's about local control. You want to guide what your local community looks like? Let's start having a discussion about a way to do that. The county has done that with, and I'm going to, sorry for hopping around here, the county has done a lot of this local control concept with special service districts. Special service districts are government entities that are established to provide more local control. The problem with going to your county government saying, please pass this ordinance or please provide this service, is your county commissioners, they've got several thousand square miles and 18,000 property owners that everything they pass, it applies to all of them. Our county is huge. We need more local control. So the county's tried to address this with special service districts. When we need services in the unincorporated parts of the county, like fire protection, we're trying to address that with special service districts. We have several in the county right now that are providing a variety of services, but right now we're talking about out east of town, trying to beef up our fire protection through a fire protection district, setting up meetings to do that right now. That's kind of the county's goal. Obviously, we've got a lot of different parts of the county, and they're extremely varied. We've got 10,000 feet down to 4,000 feet in our county, and services and fire protection, it looks very different scattered across the county, and the needs of those unincorporated parts are very different. Matt's telling me I must hurry. There is a solar farm that has been approved by the County Planning and Zoning Commission out by Bigwater, out east of town. This project has been approved and given conditional use. It is on Sitla land. There is a big block of Sitla land out east that there are a lot of these types of projects that are going in. There's a lot more work to be done on this solar farm before they begin to build it, but they are working on it. Several projects. I'm not going to talk about each one of them because I've got less than a minute left. East Zion, there's a lot going on in East Zion. The property owners out there have done a lot and have propped that up to provide several different projects that that they're working on right now. I think that's just about everything they wanted me to go through. I guess I'll just end with this. Kane County is a wonderful place. As you travel around the state talking to the legislators and other county commissioners, they are a little envious of our wonderful little county. We have a great rural feel and a wonderful heritage, and I think we all want to protect that. But we also have to be mindful of the rights that folks have in this county and the ability to use our property, the ability to have free commerce and free market. We need to protect that as well as we're walking down this path to protect our heritage and the rural feel and the culture that we have here. So I just encourage you to share that and mingle that with the folks that you bump into in your days. Anyway, what do we have now, Matt? Okay. One thing that the county is going to try to do a little better at over the next few months is interact with the municipalities. The municipalities it's interesting that the interaction between municipalities and the county. Municipalities are the natural progression from the unincorporated part of the county. And so in my view, it's where we go. And so I obviously I'm a big fan of municipalities and the local control that they bring. We've got some wonderful mayors and town councils, city councils in our county. We've talked to each one of them and asked them to send just a little message. We've got several of the mayors in the audience today. We're going to have them stand at the end of this. But we've got just a little message we want to share with you from each one of these mayors. We're going to start with the town of Alton, the mayor, Dustin Cox.
Dustin Cox, the mayor of Alton. I don't even know how long I've been mayor. It's been almost 14 years. But Alton is it's a pretty little place, like we say on our plaque coming into town, and it's a rich heritage of just hardworking farmers, ranchers, school teachers, business owners, dentists, attorneys, just a big bunch of awesome people. And so right now we're at 137. Pretty small comparatively speaking, but giant in service and quality of people. And Alton founded on farming and ranching like all the communities in Kane County originally did. Still a big influence of ranching and farming and school teachers. Recently with the it's been several years, but the coal mine, it's benefited Alton, it's benefited Kane County. I know there's some riffs about the mine a little bit, but the mine has been very good for Alton. They've been very courteous. They've been the trucks going right through town. That was a big change for a small town, but they have been very courteous and very willing to help with any concerns that we've had. Ag would be the foundation, I would say. We have a lot of school teachers that live here, that come from our community, and with the growing demand of tourism, we have several tour companies. We have several Airbnbs, and it's enabled families to stay. It's enabled families to come. Cool thing about Alton is the water, is our water system. Our irrigation system is all gravity feed. We don't have wells. Alton, we have spring-fed culinary water, which is all gravity feed. So when power goes out, the water is still flowing. We have backup parts for our water system in case a flood comes and washes a section of pipe out. We just really tried to prepare that way. We do have a connection to the Kane County Water Conservancy, and quite honestly, that has enabled us to to maintain the size of population we have and potentially grow. We try not to use them. Try to be independent on our water system, but we do have them, and that relationship we have with them has been very good. We really try to focus on private property rights. When we pass things in town board or community public hearings, we really focus on the rights that people have on their property. Utah is so, percentage-wise, Utah is so small on how much land is private property, and so we really try to magnify. Hey, you own that acre, you own that 2 acres. We're not. As a community, we're not going to tell you what to do on that, and in return, we don't want you to tell us what to do on ours. And so, Alton's a great place. We love Alton. We love the independent nature that we have, but we love being in Kane County. We love being a part of that. We love the values that we have individually and the values we have as a whole of Kane County with the traditional values of ag and independence and private property and freedoms.
All right, that was our great mayor from the town of Alton. He's a good man. Next, we've got Bigwater.
Good morning, I'm David Schmucker, the mayor of Bigwater. I've been mayor here for 9 years. It has its own beauty because it is so rugged. The rock formations and the desert. It's a challenge in a lot of ways because we get very cold in the winter and we get very hot in the summer. We have lots of visitors to this area because of the beauty, the rugged beauty. And so it's a challenge. Some of them don't know how to take care of this extremes. So they get caught unaware. But I tell you can't find a prettier place. And the dinosaurs, I should bring up the dinosaurs that they have found in our area. They say there's like 2,500 digs and finds of dinosaurs. And some of these dinosaurs are new to the dinosaur world because they haven't been found anywhere else in the world. They've been found here. And that is in itself very unique. And we have a wonderful visitor center here that the BLM has, and they have a great exhibit. And Bigwater has had a growth spurt in the last couple of years. We probably have 50 new citizens that have joined Bigwater. We're right around 500, maybe just a little over that now, since the 2000 census. As of right now, Bigwater has one gas station with a little tiny store inside. And it's summertime only. They close it in the winter. So we have to go at least 8 miles away to a gas station with groceries, and age is even a little further, 18 miles. So at some point we would love to have our own little grocery store and a really nice, like a Maverick or some sort of a C-store where people could get fuel and lunch and a few things to take home if they needed it, just in a pinch. We have an awesome fire station here and EMT service. We are 24/7. We're a small community, and being on the eastern side of Kane County, we are very proud and thrilled to have this opportunity to serve the community as well as the county. So I'm the water operator also for the town of Bigwater. I work with Perea Church at Clark Bench as their water operator under the Kane County Water Conservancy District. And then also at Almond-Gary, the resort that we have over here, I'm a water and wastewater operator. Works under a firm that has that contract. So I'm busy on the water side of things for these communities in this area. One thing Bigwater doesn't have at this time is a sewer system for commercial growth. And that's kind of held us back. We are in the process right now of doing a wastewater study with Sunrise Engineering. We have a grant for that, and that is in process right now. Come and visit Big Water, and we'd love to see you.
Next, we've got the community of Bullfrog.
My name is Ray Golden. Along with my wife, Amy, we are the general managers of all the North Lake Powell properties located in Tickaboo, including Tickaboo Lodge, Moki's Restaurant, at the Adventure Base Camp Center, Offshore Marina Incorporated, and the Trading Post and Grill. Our adventure opportunities include anything to do with side-by-sides, including guided tours or rentals. We have about 8 machines right now that get a lot of use right about this time of year. People love it down there in our neighborhood. We also do boat rentals on the lake. We do canyoneering, hiking trips, guided hiking trips, and mountain biking. And we also do SUP and kayak rentals. North Lake Powell has experienced a pretty rough year for 2022. With the low water levels, the lake was really down. Fortunately, we got into the off-road OHV traffic in the last 4 or 5 years. That's kind of filled the coffers in the off season, which is really good for us. But the low lake levels have really dropped off the traffic, and a lot of the traffic that does come by. It's really interesting. We meet them, we talk to them before they go to the lake, and they say things that are very pessimistic and negative, like, yeah, I'm not really expecting much. We didn't really want to come down this year. So that's been a really tough part of our business this year. We've really dropped off. I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.8 million that our business has suffered. When the water level is high, you have a lot more boat traffic. And a lot of the things that Lake Powell had, a lot of treasures were covered up. But now, if you think about it, now's the greatest time to get out there because of the negative publicity. There's very little boat traffic. And my wife and I we bought a bunch of new boats this year for rentals. One of them was a Yamaha AR250, a really nice 25-foot inboard, jet drive boat. And we drove it all the way down to Escalante River from Bullfrog, which is about 32 miles. And then we went 8 miles up to Escalante River, didn't see a boat all day. Saw one kayaker out there. So there's very little boat traffic, and it makes the trip very enjoyable. There's no boat wakes, there's no skiers in your way or anything like that. And then what our destination was Gregory Natural Bridge. And it's the first time in 60 years since they first flooded the lake that has been exposed. And we were able to drive the boat right under it. As a matter of fact, we did a TV show down there this year. So that, Cathedral Canyon, Cathedral of the Desert, several years ago, we took a pontoon boat down there, my wife and I did, and we pulled up to the waterfall, and you just had to jump out of your boat onto the top. And now when you have to hike up about a half a mile to get to it, but it's easily a 60 or 70 foot waterfall. So it's really exposed a lot of really beautiful things. And I think that anything that Kane County can get out there that just lets people know that it's still a beautiful lake, and maybe perhaps that's going to take some video or some fam trips out on the lake to expose some footage for everybody to see. So we've already been in discussion with Glen Canyon NRA to get a permit from Height to Sunset Pass on October the 14th to do a solar eclipse OHV trip, side-by-side trip. And what we're going to do is we're going to send some folks up to Sunset Pass, which if you've never been is one of the most spectacular views in all of southern Utah. You can see all the way to Bears Ears and beyond, or you can look back to the west and see all the way to Nevada. And it's just spectacular. And we're going to have cookout up there, and we're going to take the side-by-sides. I think the eclipse is between 10 in the morning and 12 noon. And so we're going to be up there perfectly positioned when that solar eclipse happens and have lunch with our customers and bring them back home. Our website is www.northlakepal.com. We're also on Facebook and Instagram as North Lake Pal. But you can either go to one of those sites or you can call our number direct, 844-662-2628, and you can book directly with us.
Next, we've got the area of Duck Creek. They're actually in discussions of incorporating. There's a wonderful little community up there.
Hi, I'm Sam Statlander, coming to you from beautiful Duck Creek Village, Utah, where I'm a local business owner and community volunteer. We're situated off of scenic Byway 14, and Duck Creek Village is a beautiful mountain community that consists of approximately 6,500 recreational properties that are primarily used seasonally as second homes and short-term vacation rentals. We have a small year-round population of approximately 600 folks, so we rely heavily on the vibrant southern Utah tourism economy. It's just a whole different environment. I mean, literally within an hour from Kanab and 3 hours from Las Vegas, you can be in a complete alpine, high altitude, beautiful, completely different setting from anywhere else in Kane County. A huge and much needed improvement to our community was recently completed. It was our wastewater treatment facility / sewer system. This took our commercial district off of septic systems, which now allows us to keep our businesses open more consistently during the spring and winter months. We were flooding and causing septics to back up into our public waterway, and now we can just pretty much stay open all year round, providing we have the business. Well, a couple of things that we're facing are, first of all, merging our full-timers and our cabin owners, our property owners, with the large amount of visitors that are now coming. We have well over 100 short-term vacation rentals now, and that brings its own set of rewards and challenges. And one of the challenges with that is teaching folks about how to respect our community while enjoying it at the same time. We certainly don't want to hinder their fun, but we would like them to be respectful. And secondary to that is we need to provide and come up with and build and expand public spaces where they can gather together, where maybe a community park, a community center. We would like to start work on a mountain event center, because right now there's really not that much public space that we have to offer for folks to come in and enjoy services, come to lunch, do that type of thing, and just maybe picnic or have bands that folks can go to. We are really overrun in our small village right now, and we need to expand our community spaces and give them somewhere else to meet and greet and enjoy our mountain. I'm super proud of this community, and I know the rest of our business association is as well. And we just like to invite everybody to come up, check us out, ask questions. You can go to duckcreekvillage.com if you want to see what businesses and services we offer and what events we have going on. We do have some really fun events. So I just think we're truly unique to Kane County, and I would love everybody to come up and see it and enjoy it and let us know what you think.
Okay, so I'm Mayor Dan Spencer. I'm the mayor of Glendale, Utah. We're located about halfway between Zion and Bryce Canyon National Parks off Highway 89. We're a small town. We have around 390 people is all we have. So we do have our problems just like any other city, town in Utah. One of the problems we have is our funding base. Our budget's less than $140,000 a year, so we got to run everything with that and keep up with the streets and everything. It's kind of strange because in the past we have not embraced the businesses that want to come in here, and that's just economic suicide in my opinion. So what we're doing right now is we've recodified our entire planning and zoning ordinance book. Among those changes are, it's kind of weird because Glendale had a lot of zoning ordinances that wouldn't allow you to have a home-based business, which I've never heard of that. Most of the cities and towns in Utah, if you want to have a business in your home, it's a done deal. So we've changed that. We're also looking at changing to make it so you can have the tiny home rentals. When that's done, and if we can get it passed, that'll definitely bring some business in here. But funding's always the problem for us, especially when you don't have a real huge business base. I mean, we got quite a few businesses there. Most of them are home-based, but they don't bring that much in. I mean, you look at Orderville's booming, and Glendale should have been. If we'd have been on the bandwagon, we'd probably been in a lot better shape. But right now, you might be aware of this, but the state has a problem with their road funding, with the BNC road fund. Apparently, they didn't factor in the electric car thing. So that one's tough because a small town, I mean, there's actually cities in Utah that are tearing up their oil and going back to gravel because they can't afford to oil it, to put pavement down. So it looks like we're regressing, which is a shame. You know, I mean, we shouldn't be regressing, but we have another problem here too, and that's the junkyard problem. I mean, it's crazy because you can go to Washington, D.C. and you run into somebody, oh, you're from Utah? Yeah, oh, well, you know that town down there where all the cars are? I'm like, yeah, okay. That's actually happened to me more than once. So I wanted to put a shout out to our 4th of July program over here. We did it. It's been our 8th year. So our 4th of July fireworks program is huge. I mean, we outdo Kanab. People don't realize that, but we do. I mean, it goes for the last one I did went for about 40 minutes, but I've done some of them that went for an hour and a half, which some people say that's too long. But so a shout out to that. 4th of July, come to Glendale. We're here. Our shows are great.
Next, we've got the town of Orderville.
My name's Lyle Golding. I'm the mayor of Orderville. I've lived here for 7 or 8 years, but I grew up here and went to Valley High School, graduated from there. I've got a family. I've got a wife and 4 kids. 2 of them still live with us in Orderville and are going to high school. The other 2 are married and moved on to other places. So Orderville's got some pretty good things going on. We've got some economic development that has been really positive for us. Both tax base and some residential stuff going on. We have a subdivision that is in progress now. The first couple of homes are being framed and getting ready, and then we've got a condominium plat that's got some 4plexes in it, and so some opportunities for housing in Orderville that we haven't had in the past, and definitely some economic growth. So I think one of the biggest challenges that's facing us right now and that will face us in the next few years is balancing the growth and development with keeping Orderville with the same spirit and feel that it's always had. One of the complaints I hear about from people all the time, and we have little control over this, is how busy 89 is and how hard it is to get out on the road from Orderville side streets. But as it gets busier and busier, one of our goals is to capture some of that revenue that's driving through and getting people to stop and spend some money, but also keeping the spirit and feel of Orderville similar to what it's always been. The short-term rentals has been definitely a major part of conversation in the last year that I've been the mayor. We've talked about several different things, but I think it's positive overall. It brings people in and gets people into our community. The housing, the difficulty in people who want to live and work here in housing has been the biggest challenge of some of the short-term rentals. I know from my own experience when I moved here, it was somewhat difficult to find a place to live in the meantime while getting a house ready and stuff. But that's the challenge. But I think overall, the short-term rentals have been a positive part of our growth. if you look at it from a tourism standpoint, we sit on some really natural wonders. Some of the slot canyons and the White Mountain range that sits above town. We have slot canyons up there that we take many visitors to, and then just being within the proximity of Zion and Bryce and the Grand Canyon, it's a great place from that standpoint. I moved my family here when my oldest boy was going into his junior class, and there was some thoughts about how are they going to adapt to the small town life, and they all thrived here. I mean, my oldest boy met and married a local gal, and so it's been great from a family standpoint. It's a wonderful place to raise kids, and I love Orderville. I love to be a part of it. I'm grateful that I have the opportunity to serve in Orderville, and it's a great community where everybody serves. People come out and they take part in things, and we're able to accomplish great things because of the spirit of the community, and it's just a wonderful place to live.
We have Kanab? Okay, very good. Do we need to do that right now? Okay. I just wanted to end with one thing. There are a lot of wonderful parts about our community. We live in one of the most beautiful places in the world. I have a deep-held belief that the best part about our community is the people. People like the ones you just saw up here, I truly believe, the backbone of this community, the people that are willing to serve town councils as mayors, special service district board members. They're unpaid, and they literally are just serving their community. I think those are the folks that make our county great. Any of the mayors that spoke, are you here? Would you please stand? I see some of you. Don't be shy. Please stand. These are the unsung heroes of our county. Let's please give them a hand. What great community service and community servants. They truly are wonderful. It's Kanab's turn, I guess. Kyler, would you like to come up here and you can take this from me?
I need to start with a correction. The 4th of July is best spent in Kanab. So I need to make that clear with the whole audience here first before we get started. I'm pretty new. Kyler Ludwig, the city manager in Kanab, and probably one of the newer people here in this room. I've had a lot of people, when I talked about moving to Kanab, they talk about how beautiful the Red Rock is. Oh, you're so lucky how beautiful the Red Rock is. What I want to say, though, is that what makes Kanab great and what makes Kane County great is exactly what Commissioner Heaton was talking about. It's the people. When I'm wanting to talk about what's going on this year, this is an event, this was the September 11th Community Service Day, a day when the community got together and performed acts of service. As families, they got together, painted fences, worked on trails. That's what makes this community great. That's what makes me love this community so much. I was talking to a business owner. He says, I can put a building with machines and equipment anywhere. What matters, what makes a business successful is the people that are there. And I think that with Kanab, with Kane County, we have fantastic people, a fantastic community. We have had business openings this year. We've had recreation championships. We had 2 football championships within our rec program. This is fantastic, and this is I don't know what year this is for our high school football team, but I think this is another opportunity at the state championship coming up for us. Beyond the traditional sports, our recreation programs have had swimming championships. We competed in regionals in our swimming. We have such fantastic youth here in Kanab and in Kane County. Our fire and EMS has grown and changed dramatically over the last year. We are now full-time in our fire and in our EMS. Their call volume has almost tripled in the last year. They've responded to over 600 incidents with EMS, with fire, and I want to thank the hospital for their commitment to EMS and the community to their commitment to fire, because we really have such professional staff now where when you call 911, you know you're going to get quality service. When you call 911, you know someone's going to be there to respond to that fire. Within our library, we have a new library director, and Janalee here. Thanks for being here, Janalee. The library's fantastic. They did 40,000 checkouts this year, 17,000 kids checkouts, 17,000 e-checkouts this year. We've done road projects. This is the realignment of 1100 South, which looks so much more beautiful than this ugly dirt road that we were excavating. We're working on water projects. I love this. This is like one of my favorite places. We have some springs. We had our new wells that have gone in this year. Our new water storage tanks that have gone in this year. We're working on water sourcing as well. This is going to be the most boring chart that I'm going to show you next. And Mike Noel's coming up later on today, and he's going to talk about water and our resources. But this is our well levels. The further down is the worse, further up is better. You can see our well levels are pretty consistent over time, year after year. We look at Lake Powell and we get concerned about what's happening. Here in this community, in Kane County, our water resources are there. And like I said, this is a really boring chart, and so I apologize for boring you, but we have such fantastic water resources, and the Water Conservancy District is a really great partner here with the city as well. With building that's going on, there's been a lot of changes, a lot of building, and a lot of construction, and looking at the numbers from 2022, we've not seen a decline yet. I mean, I don't know if that's what's going to happen in 2023, but our numbers have been consistent with the types, and this is a confusing chart with like 3 different things going on. But just trust me, the numbers for our construction and building have been consistent year after year. I want to talk about a few of the projects that are going on that you can anticipate seeing. This is our museum. It actually looks a little different because the floor is all torn up right now. They're redoing it. But the Kanab Museum will be opening this spring. So look forward to that. We're redoing our pool liner. We have and the tiles on the outside of the pool, so you'll see that happening this year. And actually, within the next few weeks, you'll see some of that work happening. UDOT's going to be coming in and doing a pavement preservation project. They're going to be doing microsurfacing on the highway and doing some adjustments to the lanes, so that'll be taking place. And they made a commitment they're going to be doing that in the evenings to have a minimal impact on businesses. The city's working on some annexation. So on the 24th, we're going to be having a public hearing on annexation. This is the area near the airport, which will make it a little less confusing for our EMS, for our fire, and for our police. We have a grant right now that we're working on to look at sewer. Here's our sewer ponds right here, and the Ranchos doesn't have access to the sewer ponds. I mean, we don't have sewer hooks up in the Ranchos. And so the state's given us this grant to look at that. So we're going to be doing some investigation and how we can implement access to our sewers within the Ranchos. This is one thing that I'm almost most excited. This is not the city swimming pool, by the way. This is the elementary school. If you've been here long enough, you know that occasionally we have struggles with flooding. It's our biggest natural mitigation that we have to look at, and so this blue right here on this chart, this is our 100-year floodplain. So when it rains and has a 100-year storm, that's where we're going to see flooding. It's a pretty widespread area in town, and so FEMA has given us some grant opportunities to look at an environmental assessment here, and also to get some grant funding for projects to eliminate this flooding. And so what I want to show you is this is a proposal, and we're going to be working on it this year, but the blue is that 100-year floodplain from Tom's Canyon, what's coming in. The purple is the area after we make those changes that we will see flooding and a 100-year storm. And the 500-year storm is almost identical. We're looking to eliminate flooding on 100-year and 500-year floods, and FEMA is going to pay 75% of this cost, which is fantastic. I'm so excited about that opportunity. So this spring, we're going to see this project funding coming up in the end of our environmental assessment. We have fantastic police officers, some of the best in the nation. Yesterday, they are actually implementing this new technology called the Bola Wrap, and they Bola Wrapped me to show me what they're going to be doing. And so look on YouTube; it's really cool. And it only hurt like a pinch, but they got me all tied up, and I couldn't move or run away from them. And like these are some awesome things. Our police officers are creative, and this is their space that they have. It is not adequate, and so our city council is committed, our community is committed to doing something better. And so I can anticipate this year you're going to see things happening with our police department. I want to let you know that we are still working with the county on a wellness center and trying to get that to happen. And so that'll be really a fantastic opportunity for the community, for tourism, and for locals. It'll be fantastic. I know that in our rec programs, championship rec programs, they struggle to get gym space. And so getting this in our community will be a really great asset. Kanab has done all of this. This is our property taxes over the last 10 years. It's the rate. We have a very fiscally conservative council who's helped us get things done even with that rate going down. And you can see even compared to the rest of the county, our general government rate for property tax is half of any of the other communities. And so there is a lot that our employees are doing to make sure that we have the resources here in Kanab City to live a fantastic life. I just want to reiterate once again what Commissioner Heaton said. This is about the people who live here, the employees that make this fantastic, the citizens who put in so much time and effort to make sure that Kanab is successful and that Kane County is successful. And I'm just grateful for the opportunity that I have to call this place home. It's been 6 months, but I can tell you that it definitely is more than the beautiful red rocks that makes this fantastic. It's you. And so I just want to thank you all for that opportunity to be here and to present here as well. Thank you.
Why use stairs when you got long legs, I guess. Matt's going to be pulling up my presentation. Kelly, do you want to do a drawing real quick? Jeanette's going to sneak out these prizes. So our main prize is going to be...
Make sure everybody got theirs.
Did everyone get one of these in for the drawings? Okay. The main prize is going to be a 2-night stay with a dinner and a guided tour, but we've got some great little giveaways. Jeanette's pulling them out now, so do I need to spin this around? Okay, whoop. Whoop, whoop. Justin Mark. Are you here, Justin? Oh, awesome. Come on up and you can pick out a prize of your choosing. Oh, Jeanette's got one actually here for you. Yeah, we can set those right here at the front of the stage. Maybe tuck them right here so it doesn't screw up Matt's photos. Yes, that's for the bed and breakfast. It's for a cup for now, but actually, you know what? At the end, before we draw for that, we'll put these all back in too, so you'll still have a chance for that. Awesome. Thank you, Kelly, and thanks, Jeanette. Kelly said it's last call for breakfast. Sorry. If you haven't had breakfast, go ahead and get back there and get some food. And thank you to Perry's for doing a wonderful job. Yes, bravo. So for those of you who don't know me, I'm Camille Johnson-Taylor. I'm the Director of Tourism for Kane County. I've worked for the tourism office coming up on 9 years. I can't believe it's been that long. I know it's been a while though since I've evolved from no Botox to Botox. This job is wonderful, but it will age you as well. It's wonderful work. You can see from the mayors that talked, we have very diverse communities, and so we're lucky that we have these charming, unique communities, but it's also a little bit of a marketing challenge at times. But we are a destination marketing organization, so we market to bring visitors here, and then when they're here, we're hoping our businesses have the tools to capture them, and we'll go into what we're doing to help on that front a little bit later. So I'm going to demonstrate how we are going after value visitors over volume visitors, and of course we need visitors to meet the supplies that we have, but we're also trying to be a little bit careful so we don't overrun our quality of life or our destination, and it's more manageable. Kane County has the 4th highest percentage of tourism-related jobs in the state of Utah. So we're a small county, but we are very tourism dependent. I tend to be the face of the tourism office, but you can see I have a whole amazing team that's full of very passionate, talented, hardworking people. They are floating around here, but if any of them are in the room, please stand so you can be acknowledged. Megan, Linnell, Tori's in the back. They're all just kind of already on the perimeter doing their magic. That is my favorite part of my job, is the people that I get to work with. So I'm honored to associate with them. And just so you know, we've got 12 full-time people, 2 part-time people, so we've got 14 people responsible for 43% of the county's GDP. That's a huge lift. I wanted to focus on our Kanab Center team a little bit this time. They're kind of just the ninjas who are operating in the background here at this facility. We're so lucky to actually have it in such a small community as ours. There's only 9 convention centers in the state of Utah, and we're by far the smallest community that has one. We have the smallest facility, the smallest team, but we have the coolest. We're not going to try to be the biggest box, but we're going to try and be the coolest box. And we're also the least expensive. So I know opening up a convention space in a community like this, it was a little bit of a sticker shock because we get so many things for free, but it's still of tremendous value. And while we're trying to be bring conventions here, and we opened up right before the pandemic, which was a tremendous challenge, but it was also a tremendous blessing. And we're finding that this community or this facility has been primarily used by the community. And especially going into the pandemic, it was kind of our saving grace because the churches and the schools didn't allow us to use their facilities for gatherings. And there were some pretty important things that needed to happen. There was funerals, there was some weddings, there was things like that, and they all had responsible COVID-appropriate plans for using the facility, but it still allowed people to get together in an appropriate fashion here at this facility. So like I said, we can't be the biggest box, but we're going to be the coolest box. And so where we focused is on beefing up basically our equipment so we can convert this space and be very adaptable depending on who is looking to book it. Some of the new equipment that we've got 150 conference tables with linens to accommodate the forward-facing classroom style. And then also we have a lot of new items that are available for rent. Of course, the linen rentals, 2 sets of mobile registration bar kiosks with the merchandise booths, ice cards, 48 wireless rechargeable Rockville wall wash-up lights. We have a fog, bubble, and snow machine. We have the gig bars, the DJ lighting system, and a bunch of amazing cocktail tables, and we'll just continue to grow that, so it's very adaptable. One of the events that we hosted last year, I didn't even know it was legal, I'll be honest, was midget wrestling. And man, I had to go, you know. And Tori made it so cool. I mean, they came in on this catwalk and there was fog machines and the mood lighting and the music. It was the most bizarre thing I'd ever seen. And it made me realize that I actually wanted blood. I was like, I'm ready to watch UFC fighting now. Let's get UFC here. But we're really blessed to have this facility, and let's give a round of applause to our Kanab Center team. They do so much work. This last year, they booked 900 different meetings, events, parties, and that averages out to 2.5 events per day. They're covering the clock from 7 a.m. till 11 p.m., and we've only got 3 people doing that, so it's a heavy lift. The lens that we look through, so I know one of my team members, when she came on, she was surprised how much discussion we had about what we are doing impacts locals. And we always do that. We're always asking ourselves, if we do this, what does it do for our local quality of life and benefit? And so the locals are always at the center of our lens. And then we're local-centric and data-driven. So we have our head in a lot of numbers to make sure it makes sense what we're doing. And I'm going to take you on a little bit of a data dive here. So if Kyler didn't bore you, I might. Our hotel occupancy. So we've got since 2012 here to 2022, so a lot of years that you can see we have pretty normal patterns. The 3 that dip down, we've got 2020, 2021, and 2022 here. And we returned to normal in a lot of ways, but we also got a lot of new product. Oh, and also for our short-term occupancy, that was our hotel occupancy, and now we have a data source that tracks it for short-term rentals, which has been very useful. And this is from their dashboard. The other one I have to kind of manually do, so I do it year over year overlapping. But this one, you can see each of those lifts are a year, and it's been on an upward trajectory. Our annual average occupancy, so on the left, we've got, again, our hotels here, and you can see it's been pretty steady rise. And then our vacation rental, we went way up, and then we got a ton of supply, which I'll show. So it went down, it was spread out over more. And then our blended rate. So the last 2 years have actually had a blended weighted rate that was the same at 57% annually. Our annual overnight visitors, so you can see that's also been on an upward trajectory, and the numbers that we have for this year cleared 1.5 million overnight visitors in Kane County. That's a little bit soft right now. We're still waiting for a couple of values to come in, but it's going to be more than that. The one value that I'm missing is the average party size for vacation rentals. And I know it's higher. Our average party size for hotels is close to 3, but that will move that upwards. So that's a value that will send that number higher as we calculate that and put that in. I apologize for my voice. I think I'm going through adult puberty. I wish it would stop this, but I just got a little gravel. I haven't taken up smoking, but I'm not opposed. So our internationals, obviously, we're still working really hard to regain that market as people return to normal travel behaviors. But on a pre-pandemic year, we had about 40% that were international travels during our main season. Last year, we kind of missed the boat because they didn't lift the COVID testing until after people had already planned their travel for their year. And you'll find in foreign countries, travel is sacred to them. In America, we're a little differently focused, very work-focused, maybe family-focused. We don't value travel the same way, but that is something that is sacred, and it's like clockwork for them that they book. So we're hoping to get on that this year and get more bookings. One of the things that we do internationally, so internationally, they book through traditional channels. Us as Americans like to book online and have control of our travel plans ourselves. They like to still, most of them, book through a travel agent. And so when we go on sales missions, that's what we are doing, is meeting with those traditional channels, the tour operators and the travel agents. And the ROI on that is so great because we're actually getting to the top of the food chain that will result in thousands of bookings over time. And so it's critical that we're there. And the thing that we like about our internationals, if you're anti-growth, they come, they spend, and they leave. And they don't move here. So we want our international share back. So today, if you want to learn a little bit more about how to capture the international business, thank you, Bart. He doesn't like my puberty voice. I was hoping for a hot toddy, but water will do. So today we have the marketing panel in the afternoon. Jeanette's going to speak to that a little bit, those international efforts. And then also we have a specialized training on Friday, February 3rd, in conjunction with the Utah Office of Tourism's global team. And really you can see all the different types of businesses or organization or events that would benefit from that. Attractions, local tour guides, museums, dining, rental accommodations, transportation, and festivals. So please put that on your calendar and plan to attend, and we'll have more information on our Kane County Office of Tourism Facebook page for that. Our goals have remained pretty consistent since I've been at the tourism office. We are really seeking to be more of a four-season destination, and in part that really is to create more year-round jobs, creates more family stability as you have a more consistent income to rely on. Protect the essence and spirit of our destination, preserve the local quality of life, increase the length of stay and spending per visitor, and we are going to focus on a couple of things to accomplish that. So our 2023 strategy, import more money per visitor, and we're going to focus a lot on business development this year. And so we can capture more money per visitor, so we don't have to have volume visitors to keep the economy growing, but to increase the spend that they have while they're in our destination, partly through increasing their length of stay, but also their awareness of overall opportunities. And then also those education and resources, like I mentioned, with the travel trade. And we're introducing an ambassador program this year, which I'll talk a little bit about. And then we'll continue our micro campaigns where we have a lot more creative that's more specialized. And we're going to be more snipers as the world becomes more sophisticated and you have more data, you have more access to information to be targeted in your advertising. It makes it easier for us to be snipers, and so we will do that. We're going after proven travelers for that season, and we look at their behaviors and attributes, and we do look-alike audiences that mirror those same things so that they're easier to get to come here when we want them to come here. We are very manipulatable at the end of the day. So I'm going to have Don Jennings and Kevin LeBaron come up on the stage with me if they are here. Oh, there's Don, and Kevin's coming from this side of the room. Part of our business development, one of the first things that we are doing is a grant program, and you have to be a chamber member. And if you're a chamber member, then you'll have the opportunity to work with whileyourintown.com, and I'm going to let Don explain a little bit more.
Hey everybody, good morning. My name's Don Jennings. I'm the secretary today of the Kanab Chamber of Commerce. Happy to be here and thankful for the community's support and the business community's support. Pat Guerrero, our president, is going to be talking more about the chamber later. But for right now, I wanted to just mention briefly that we're very excited to be partnering with the Office of Tourism to put together this grant program for businesses that are chamber members. And it's an opportunity for local businesses to advertise with while you're in town. I'll let Kev talk about that.
Thank you. My name's Kevin LeBaron. I don't know how close to hold this to my mouth. It sounds really loud to me. The grant, was actually Camille's idea, which was, I think, a really good idea, and that was part of our goal with While You're in Town is trying to make advertising more affordable for small businesses because it's very expensive. It's very hard to effectively advertise your business on your own. It just takes so much money over such a long period of time to make a dent that we're trying to keep those costs down. And so Camille came up with the idea that we could put together a grant that would help cover the video production costs for While You're in Town. And so it's pretty simple. If you want to get a video produced for your business and you're in Kane County, all you have to do is join the Chamber of Commerce and get a hold of us at While You're in Town, and the Kane County Office of Tourism will pay for half of the video production. So we have kind of a standard video production cost that's like $8.99 for a 1-minute video. That's usually what we recommend people do. We do more advanced production, but that's what the good starting point. And Office of Tourism is going to cover $400 of that. So final price ends up, I think, being $399 because we also give a $100 discount to anyone who's part of the chamber. So we're out here to the right, and so if anyone's interested in that, you can come find me. We'll get you on a list, and we can give you more information, but that's kind of the general idea. Is that good?
Yes, thank you so much, Kevin and Don. And if you want to know a little bit more, they're also going to be on the marketing panel this afternoon. I was so excited when I met Kevin and his wife, Martha, with their business idea, because we knew that there was this opportunity, and we felt like it was more appropriate for private industry to do that. And so it's well-timed, and they're doing a great job. So if you want to know more about that, please attend marketing panel. Another thing that we're going to do is work with Utah.com. They have tremendous traffic to their site. This is a lot of information. This is their flyer, and you can come by the office and get this, but they get about 7 million annual visits to their site and nearly 13 million annual page views on their site. They get a ton of traffic for people planning trips to Utah. And so we're actually also going to do a grant for tourism-related businesses. Normally it costs $400 a year, and then you pay for leads. And so we're covering that $400 a year plus the first 100 leads, and then the businesses can determine if it's worthwhile for them to continue with the lead source. But there's a ton of traffic and opportunity there for the tourism-related businesses. This is my favorite thing we're doing this year. So it's an ambassador program. Anyone who is interested in working social media for the benefit of Kane County Office of Tourism, we are going to be taking applications, and we'll do a post with more specifics on this. But you don't have to have a ton of following, a ton of experience. We're going to get a good cross-section of demographics. So if you're a young parent with young kids and active, or if you're an active adult couple, you have teenage kids, all sorts of cross sections. We're going to provide free professional training and from huge social media influencers, and give you the tools that you need to really grow those profiles. And then also there will be free perks. We're not going to pay for this, but we will do free perks, free staycations and adventure tours and meals. And so if you're a business who actually wants to collaborate with us on this ambassador program, please let me know. Obviously, you'll get posts and value from that as well. And then also free branded swag so they can wear their brand for us. But we're going to have a lot of fun with this. It gives us the digital assets that we need, because that's an area where we struggle, is to always get fresh, new digital assets. And then also, I think this will help with local morale when we have local ambassadors out there saying what they love about the area and the cool things that they're doing. And then also to better inform locals, it's one more source to learn about cool things that we have in our community. As far as our creative, our imagination campaign is our bread and butter right now, and it really plays on this place is better than imagination. And last year I showed you my favorite video with the kid voiceover, but I'm going to show you one more just to show you the style of this campaign. What am I doing wrong, Matt? Oh, just on the bottom left here.
Imagine a blanket of stars where every constellation marks a moment of wonder, and every adventure is your compass. Here, you can let imagination go.
It's amazing, our videos, they have to be shorter and shorter. People have very limited attention spans, but we've got a series of 4 of those that you can see on our YouTube channel. So with the big influx of visitors that we had during the pandemic and that continues to grow, we realized that there's a need for education. So we started last year, and we're still in our infancy in this campaign, but bekindtokanab.com, and this addresses your behaviors in the outdoors and also in our community, basically being respectful when you're at the businesses. I know our restaurants felt a lot of this, where people were very impatient, they're short-staffed, the wait times were longer, but basically we live here, so be respectful. We were having a lot of fun with this campaign, and it seems to be having an impact, and even addressing being prepared when you go out, and so we're trying to cut down on the number of search and rescue calls. We also did, when the Cedar Mountain folks were like, hey, we love that campaign, can we do something for our area and address the behaviors going on up here? We love what our ad agency did with this, a little bit of a comic book, kind of loud style. People go up to the mountain to escape the city, to have fun, they want to party, and they don't want to change that, but they want them to be a little better behaved, and so drop the bass, pick up the trash. Carve trails, not trees. Feel the rush at the speed of safety. And so this is going to be a digital, social, and radio campaign with a lot of assets in market. And we're providing this sheet to all the vacation rentals up there, because we're finding with the increased number of vacation rentals, there is less person-to-person contact that's impressing upon the visitors of how to behave in the area. So we're working more to that end as we see more people staying in vacation rentals. Then we entered the listening space this year. Have any of you listened to the new podcast, Magic of Kanab? Yeah, we've got a few. So we recorded season 1. We just did some organic posting of that, and now we're going to be doing a digital push of that. We have 12 episodes, and it's a lot of fun. We address what to do when you're in the grand staircase, how to apply for the wave lottery. We tell some fun stories about our history, like the all-women town council. So it's a good cross-section of who we are and what you can do when you're here. And so we're going to be starting recording of season 2 coming up early spring. So if you haven't listened to Magic of Kanab, check it out. We couldn't get the creative, we couldn't access the file last night, and also it's a weird animated format, but for the first time this year, we leaned in and we did a cold weather campaign. I'm not calling it a winter campaign because it's like cold weather kicks off before winter starts, but it's been a lot of fun to get really creative with this, and we went after a higher revenue or income demographic. We wanted to go after ones that maybe weren't so sensitive to inflation and gas prices, and visitors that had already traveled to southern Utah in the off season. And so we're seeing a lot of success from this campaign, and it's been fun kind of to track that as it goes along. And one of the favorite taglines of the digital campaign is "Layers look good on you." Everyone wants a good photo. And so we're showing really cool photos of people bundled up in the cold weather. So as a tourism-dependent economy, our whole county ecosystem relies on us being healthy and vital. And so that is our aim, is to keep us vital and to protect our local quality of life, going after those value visitors, not necessarily volume visitors. So I hope you guys learned something new, and I appreciate all the good work that the team is doing, and happy 2023. Thank you so much. Oh, yes, actually, should we do another one of these? We got a lot to give away, so we're kind of making up for lost time. Yeah, that's great. Oh, jeepers, criminy. Sorry, I'll do this one, then I'll pick up the mess. Chris Jones. Woo woo, Chris. Come on up. I'm just going to let you grab what you want out of here, and I will pick these up. And so next up, we have Pat Guerrero. She is the president of the Kanab Area Chamber of Commerce, and she is an amazing person and doing an amazing job. I am so proud of what the chamber is doing. They're creating more and more opportunities and bringing more value to our community. So let's give it up for Pat.
Thanks, Camille. And of course, our chamber team is a team. Don and Matt are sitting over there at our chamber table, and I'm going to point that out again at the end. I wanted to start with a shot of our chamber website, not only because I love this photo, and I don't even know who to give photo credit to, but if you're ever wondering about what the chamber's been up to or what the chamber's doing, please check us out online. We have a blog section, we've got our business directory, calendar, there's a resource section, all of our archived newsletters are there, and we actually get a lot of inquiries from folks who want to move here. So there is also a Welcome to Kanab packet on our chamber website. So as far as what the chamber does, we really like to focus on 4 things. The first is connecting, then promoting, developing, and advocating. And to connect, we really are focusing on connecting people, connecting businesses, and we do that in 2 ways that I want to mention. One is our monthly luncheons, which everyone is invited to. It's the second Thursday of each month, and the first half an hour is just totally networking, and then we always have a guest speaker. We have food. We are at different places every month. And if you're not available Thursdays at lunchtime, we have started a Tuesday morning networking breakfast. And Don and Matt host that, and it's 7 a.m. bright and early at the Perry Lodge. And so that's a place to come to connect with other business owners, connect with other people in the community. As far as promote goes, not only do we give the businesses time to promote themselves at our lunch meetings, we have a really robust chamber member directory on our chamber website, and that accounts for about 20% of all the visits to our website. So a lot of people are coming to the website looking to see, who are the chamber members in the community. We've also started ribbon cuttings in the last few months. One of the photos that Kyler had up earlier was of a ribbon cutting at the Cut Scene Barbershop this past summer. We also did a recent ribbon cutting at Taro Coffee. And we're planning Brown Box Bake Shop in February, so more to come as far as promoting those local businesses. And when we have those ribbon cuttings, we write up stories. Those are on our social, on our website. Don also wears many hats, and he writes for The Sun. So we always get a story in The Sun about the chamber ribbon cuttings and those businesses. As far as helping to develop businesses, we run the Kanab Help Wanted Facebook page, and that is for Kanab area businesses. You don't have to be a chamber member, but you can post your job openings, and a lot of people go there to look for employment. And then also, we try to have monthly lunch topics that help to develop the skills of our business owners and managers and people that come to our lunches. For instance, last spring, one of our speakers, Corey Unsworth with Kanab Tour Company, gave a really great talk about collaboration. Not only how he collaborates with other tour companies that are actually also his competitors, but how businesses collaborate, how we in the community collaborate to make Kanab a better place for the visitors that come here. Because, as he said, a rising tide lifts all the ships, and we want everybody to have a great experience here and come back, and that really only will happen if we all work together. Another great talk we had at one of our chamber lunches was Susan Honey, and I don't know if Susan's here today, but she gave a really nice talk on principles of positivity and really having a positive work culture, which of course leads to employee retention. So those are just some of the things that we've heard about in the past year. The last one is advocate, and we really work to facilitate connections to local elected and other government officials. Our other luncheon guest speakers, have included the mayor, county commissioners, we've had city and county staff, we've had planning and zoning commission members. So we really like to be closely connected to the local governments. And we've really been a point organization for gathering information. We've distributed surveys to our mailing list for government agencies and other entities on topics such as the WAVE lottery process, workforce needs, employment issues, and some of that information actually helped Southern Utah University develop their new Learn and Work in Utah program. And that is no-cost training and coursework to develop local talent in the 5-county area. That is for participants who want to grow their careers in hospitality and tourism and computer technology. On another note, just thinking about government, we are a nonpartisan, nonprofit organization, and we're pleased to hold candidate forums each election season so that the voting public can learn more about their local candidates running for office. Our membership has grown in the last year by about 50%. And membership's $100 annually if anyone's interested in joining. Today only, while we have our table open, we will be giving any new chamber members 25% discount. And I know Dawn mentioned earlier about the grant for while you're in town. If you need to be a chamber member to apply for that grant. So if you want to join the chamber today, we can certainly make that happen. Something else that we do is we run our local rack card program. You may have seen racks in some of the businesses around town. They have a lot of brochures of all the various things that people can do in the community. And I think I kind of messed this up. Hang on here. Aha. And the reason that we have purchased the racks and put them out around the community is because it's important to give visitors a chance to kind of see what places are there to eat and tours to go on and shops to visit. Studies have shown that 81% of travel decisions are made using printed materials while the customers are traveling. So we feel that rack card advertising is a smart marketing investment. We have one of our smaller racks over at our table. You can actually check it out, see what it looks like. If you're interested in getting your business brochures into our 24 or so racks around the town and Kane County, it's $350 a year. And we also have one rack currently available for placement. So if you're a business and you'd like to have a rack in your business with all those cards of all those different things to see and do around Kanab and Kane County, having the rack in your facility doesn't cost you anything, so you can let us know. So just to wrap up, as I mentioned, check out our website, kanabchamber.org. You can follow us on Facebook, which is Kanab Area Chamber of Commerce. And then if you want to get in touch with any of us individually, our board and leadership team, in alphabetical order by last name, Matt Claflin, who's our treasurer. He's at treasurer@kanabchamber.org. Matt's sitting over at the table. I'm president at, Don Jennings is secretary at, and then Ron Thomas is vice president. And if any of you are missing Ron and Claudia, they're on a beach somewhere in Brazil, and they should be back at the beginning of February. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pat. I really appreciate it. I think we're ready for a small 5-minute break. We'll just stand and stretch. And Matt, do you want to give instructions we have a survey we want to pass out to everyone.
Okay, I guess I'm going to introduce our next one. Probably would be appropriate since they are my relatives, as in my daughter and my niece, Emily and Lacey from Brown Box. And so we're going to turn the time over to them to tell them about their new business. And this is our business highlight section.
Can't stand too close to it. Good morning. We are Lacey and Emily. We own Brown Box Bake Shop, just right down the street on Center Street. We are excited to show you why, or tell you why, and show you how we turned this building into this building. And I wish it was as easy as just clicking that button. Definitely was not. So the Browns have had, well, let me stick with the slideshow and just
We're
show
showing
you
you just how hard it was.
just how hard it was. The Browns have had a long-standing tradition of being on Main Street since 1966, when our grandparents, Marlon and Dolores, ran the newspaper, Southern Utah newspaper, that's now, or was what is now, in the back of Houston's. I've always looked up to my grandparents. I always idolized my grandma's ability to bake and my grandpa's hard work ethic, and they taught that to their family at the newspaper. This picture was taken in 1967, just 1 year after they started running the newspaper. Can you pick out, if I click, is it gonna? Can you pick out our parents, or our dads, Matt and Alvin? Alvin is my dad. Anyone, can you see them? My dad's the funny looking one in the corner. I don't know why he looks so funny in that picture. And then there's Matt, front and center.
Okay, so this is the building originally. It was built in 1955 to be a Dairy Queen, Carol's Dairy Queen drive-in and cafe. And we had no idea. When we came up with our idea for Brown Box Bake Shop, we did not know that the original purpose of that building was to be a Dairy Queen and a cafe. And it's just, we call it an accidental reincarnation because it's kind of the same idea. We are really focused on ice cream and baked goods, and then of course we have this cafe aspect too. So we thought that was a really fun thing. There was a few things that occupied the building in between the first photo and this, but our grandparents took over in 1977 and made it a bookstore, and then it turned into Jacob's Outpost, which was a gift shop. My dad did a major renovation in 93, so I worked here from the time I was like 2 years old till I was 14. So my childhood is very much a big part. This building is a big part of my childhood. So then it was rented out to other people, and we found it to be vacant a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, and there was some time leading up until here we are. Okay, we're going to tell you about the catalyst of our idea. So Nate and Bobby, who knows Nate and Bobby? Here they are over here. My dad, Nathan and Bobby, they met in high school. Bobby just jives with Nate so well, and so she continued with him after high school. So they've been together for 10 years, so they're a good little pair. And if people know Bobby, they know she has this incredible knack for making homemade ice cream. She has an incredible recipe that she has tweaked and made her very own. And my dad had an idea of her and Nate delivering pints of ice cream door to door. And Chef Sean knew about this idea, and he called my dad one day and said, I found this great machine, and it's a killer deal, you gotta buy it. And my dad knows nothing and drops $10,000, buys it. And then it sits there for 5 years. It's so sad. We all know we walk past this ice cream machine, and it was intriguing to me. I was intrigued by this ice cream machine. I love Bobby's ice cream. And I thought, what are we going to do with this ice cream? And I also love my brother Nate, and I wanted him to have a place in the community. I wanted him to have purpose. And so I felt this urge to get this ice cream machine going. But every time I went down this avenue of creating a business, I just felt like I couldn't do it by myself. And I'd always think of my cousin Lacey, but she was busy.
Who has no business experience.
Also, I'll tell you this part. Okay, so we finally got the machine up and going. It was so hard to figure this machine out. It didn't come with an instruction manual. It felt very hard to figure out and get it hooked into the right place. But this was the night we ran the first batch, and it was actually terrible. It was like rock solid. We couldn't even get it out of the machine, but it did taste good. But we were exhausted. That night, I remember thinking, oh my gosh, I'm so tired. This has been so hard to figure this out. And then the next morning, I woke up to the news that my grandpa, Marlon Brown, who was in that picture earlier, had passed away. So
meantime, I live up in Heber City, work at Wasatch High School in sports medicine, just working on my career up there. The days following my grandpa's death, I started to just have this burning feeling to get back to my roots. And my family roots are here. And so I just kept thinking, like, I want to move to Kanab, but what on earth am I going to do in Kanab? Like, Kanab doesn't have anything for me to do. And I just was kind of going back and forth. And then probably a week later, I came down for the funeral. And I was expressing this to Emily. I was like, I feel like I'm supposed to move here, but what on earth am I supposed to do? And she was like, well, perfect, because I feel like I'm supposed to do this. Let's do it. So before we knew it, we were discussing details and making business plans, which was very out of our comfort zone, but we learned to do it. And this whole time, as we were making plans, Nate and Bobby are making ice cream and delivering pints. And all of a sudden we'd hit 1,000 pints delivered. And we owe that to you guys. We're grateful for you guys trying our ice cream and giving us flavor ideas and being a part of that opening process.
Yes. Okay, let's see what's next. I can't remember. Okay, so yeah, we were thrilled from July to December. 1,000 pints delivered. We couldn't believe it, and so we just went to work. Like the pictures you saw earlier of us going under construction. It took a long time, but we finally opened. August 18th was our opening day. Lots of you guys came, and we were so grateful. And ever since, we've been loving seeing people come enjoy our space, which our goal was to be cozy, homey, welcoming, comfortable, and a place for connection. And so here's some pictures of just that. We've seen friends and high schoolers and middle schoolers. That's like Dell and Patty Clarkson for their 62nd anniversary. And we've seen cops and firemen bonding over our Canucky, I mean, we're bringing people together here. We've got mother-daughter dates and family nights after football games, and even Taylor Swift album release nights, grandpa and granddaughter, and group dates, and they're even kissing. We're really bringing them together. And also even a lot of really cool families that are traveling to our area. Lots of cool people that are wanting to come visit us here. And so story is really important to us. We want people that come into Brown Box to feel like they're seen and that we see them as individuals, because we feel like there's value in knowing people's story. And so that's why we try to collect pictures. People ask, little kids say, how do I get my picture on the wall? And I say, well, you got to tell me a story. Tell me something. And then, so that's, if you want to get your picture on the wall, I guess you need to talk to one of us.
It's been a really fun experience to get to start to hear people's stories, and I'm excited to continue to hear more people's stories. One of our mottos at Brown Box is live a sweet life. We're just all about living a life that you enjoy and that you love, and helping other people do that same thing. It's why we wanted to make our place a place where locals could come and hang out and meet with their friends, like those pictures showed, and strengthen relationships and sit by the fire and have a warm soup on a cold day. We just wanted a place where you guys could feel at home, and that the tourists could feel at home in Kanab too, so they felt some connection to this place as well. And we could share our love for Kanab, our love for family, and our love for you guys with everybody. Like this guy. He came in and enjoyed our signature treat, the Canucky, which is a Kanab cookie. If you can't tell, it's like a warm skillet cookie with ice cream on top and fudge and caramel. It is delicious. He was so stoked because he could choose any of our 5 homemade cookie doughs and any of our 6 homemade ice creams that were in the case and make any combination of Canucky that he wanted. So he was stoked. And as you can tell, he's obviously living a sweet life in this picture, which is why we would like you all to experience the Canucky so that you too can live a sweet life and feel like this guy. So you get a free Canucky, and you get a free Canucky, and you get a free Canucky.
Everybody's getting a free Canucky today. So look for our special helpers, handing them around. We do have a really good turnout. We're frightened that we might be like 10 Canucky cards short. If that's the case, we'll be at lunch with our cookies and ice cream. So find Nate and Bobby, and they'll get you an extra card if that's the case, if we didn't have enough for everybody.
And we do want to thank you guys so much for your support so far. It's been a really awesome journey. We're grateful for you putting up with us, our learning curves, because we're so new at this. But we love you all and are so grateful to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lacey and Emily. We really appreciate it, and thanks for telling your story. And I hope everybody gets a card. Make sure you get one and turn in your survey as well. But we appreciate you telling your story, and we can't emphasize the story enough. And so now we want to highlight a couple of businesses, and we're going to show a couple videos which are products of While You're in Town. We get the sound turned
We
up.
are Dustin and Harmony Cox. We are from Alton, Utah. The ranch at Wild Rose was named for my great-great-grandfather. We specialize in authentic cowboy experiences. We also specialize in destination weddings, which this area is so perfect for because there's just no place as beautiful as Southern Utah. We love our heritage and want to share a piece of our life with others, which is why we do what we do.
We have a theme that whatever we're going to do, we're going to do together. A lot of people, they want to get out of the city and they want to experience life, experience food, experience just coming and sitting, coming and enjoying, just being away. Right here on the Wild Rose, you don't see another light except the stars. That's all you got.
Sharing that life, it connects with people. We feel like our life is magical, not perfect, has its challenges. Really want people to experience this life because we love it, and we love the family atmosphere. We love working with horses and cows and livestock and land. You can't beat Southern Utah. You can't beat cows and horses and kids and gorgeous venue for weddings and the views and the people.
Come and experience real. I mean, come and be real, right? Come to the Wild Rose, the ranch at Wild Rose. Come and experience. We'd love to have you.
We are online, theranch@wildrose.com. So on there's ways to just reach out to us. We're quick to respond. My phone number's on there. You can text us, shoot us an email. We're on social media.
Instagram, Facebook.
The Ranch at Wild Rose out in Utah.
Hi, I'm Tyree Baird, and this is my husband, Josh Baird.
Hi.
Yeah, I gotta keep the volume down. Sorry, guys. This is our daughter, Harper Baird, and we're the owners of Baird's Busy Bees Childcare. The reason why we really wanted to start this was I was stressing about finding childcare, and the first time I had to leave my kid with somebody else, that tugged at my mama heartstrings so much. And so we had this great idea to start a childcare center because we wanted to help families in the community and wanted to be able to provide a reliable childcare.
We really wanted to focus on hiring women, like moms, specifically moms that would like to go back to work and make sure that childcare was taken care of for them.
As a mom, it gives me a peace of mind knowing that my kids are being taken care of and knowing that the people that I have hired are people that I will trust my own kids with, providing this help for the community. That's also been a huge, huge blessing for us, just in general, to give back to the community that has supported us. I wish I had pictures of the Army that was here trying to get our facility ready to go for our opening date, but we really couldn't have done it without the community.
And our biggest goal was to have a safe place where parents can come in and feel comfortable that they're dropping their kids off with me. We are on Facebook currently, and our inquiry link is on our Facebook, as well as Tyree's phone number.
We're Baird's Busy Bees Childcare, and we'd love to provide service for your kids. Come in and see us and ask any questions that you might have.
What I wish everyone knew about Bullfrog, Tickaboo, and the North Lake Powell region, it is basically an explorer's paradise. What's unique about Lake Powell is it's a very large lake with beautiful, indescribable scenic wonders. But Glen Canyon National Recreation Area is even larger than the lake itself, with enormous amounts of wow factors for the explorer in all of us, from dinosaur tracks to rock art to ancestral ruins, arches, and some really spectacular canyons. I love exploring, and North Lake Powell gives my wife and I the ability to explore virgin lands around Lake Powell and the Henry Mountains. We design side-by-side trips, and those trips are designed to take people to these points of interest. These are things you can't really find in guidebooks, but you can come out here with your own side-by-side or your own OHV, or come out with a mountain bike. You're going to find all kinds of stuff that you just didn't know existed. It truly is an unexplored area, and it is unpopulated. You come out here and spend all day, and rarely will you see anybody else. The past couple years here in North Lake Powell has offered a really big challenge that I don't quite understand, and that challenge being the perception that low water is not favorable to come into Lake Powell. But now with low water, there are treasures that are being shown that have not been seen in over 60 years. For an example, Gregory Natural Bridge up the Escalon Arm. It's the first time in 60 years that this has been seen by the public. Or the Cathedral of the Canyon. You used to be able to pull your boat right up to the waterfall, which was only about 3 feet high. Now it's about 50 to 60 feet high, and it's just spectacular scenery. There's hardly anybody on the lake. You could go out there all day and only seen 1 or 2 boats. Walk along the shorelines. You can find some fabulous fossils of fish from hundreds of thousands of years ago. And you can do some rock counting. You can find some really cool stuff out there. It's really scenic. It's really beautiful, and every photographer that has come through our base camp at Tickaboo, they've all said the same thing. Wow, it's just wow.
So again, we'd encourage everybody to take advantage of while you're in town. And so now I'd like to welcome Arlen to the stage. Arlen Bradshaw, come on up. We're going to welcome Arlen. Arlen's with the Best Friends Animal Sanctuary, and there's a rumor going on that you manage Salt Lake County from Kanab.
Sort of, yeah. I double as a Salt Lake County resident and council member. So thank you, Kelly. I wish, actually, that I just had a nice video to show, because that seemed a lot easier, and those were so well produced that I think they're far more impactful than anything that I'm going to share with you. But I am Arlen Bradshaw. I serve as a senior advisor to Julie Castle, who is the CEO of Best Friends Animal Society. And Julie would have liked to be here today, but she is traveling, so unfortunately I am her stand-in, and you get to listen to me instead. So I know that most everyone in this room is at least somewhat familiar with Best Friends. Best Friends came to Kanab in 1984 and operates a national animal welfare nonprofit out of the canyon just north of town here. And I wanted to just share with everyone, though, what our mission is, in case you're not entirely familiar. The mission of Best Friends is to bring about a time of no more homeless pets. And what that ultimately means is that on a national level, we work with animal shelters, municipal and private, across the entire country to save the lives of cats and dogs. Now, the sanctuary is a little unique because it takes in all different types of animals, as you may know. But ultimately, we're focused on saving lives as the leader of the National No-Kill movement. And we do that by supporting shelters. We work within municipal facilities, we provide grants, we provide consulting, we provide direct support in helping transport animals out of the facilities, bringing them into rescues. The approach is very multifaceted, and we all take this for granted to some degree, but nearly every community in the country has some form of animal control. It's one service that we expect of our local governments. And so the work that we do really does impact almost every community in the country. And we also do this by engaging the public, mobilizing the public, helping them understand the issues within their own community, and helping community members help solve the cat and dog potential problem within their own communities. So I wanted to show this map to everyone. Kanab is our home base, it is our national headquarters, but we have a national impact. And that's what I oftentimes think people don't fully appreciate about the organization. I've been to Duke's before and chatting with an employee and mentioned I work for Best Friends and lived in Salt Lake. She's like, well, how do you live in Salt Lake and work for Best Friends? And I said, well, we have employees in over 40 states across the country. So you see here, we have a center up in Salt Lake. Our second largest employee base is actually down in Los Angeles. We have centers in New York, Atlanta, Houston, and currently with the Walton Family Foundation, we're constructing a facility in Northwest Arkansas that's going to be a hub for our work within the Southeast. And all of those other dots and bubbles show other areas where we have staff, where we have coalitions, and where we are engaging shelters all over the entire country. But because this is Raising Kane, I'm going to talk specifically about some of our projects here locally. So when I talk about the challenges that we encounter and the problem that we're trying to solve for on a national level, one of the largest areas and biggest challenges, quite frankly, is our nearby neighbors in the Navajo Nation. And for years and years, we've supported the Navajo Nation in some degree in providing services, spay and neuter services, vaccination services. But as we've tried to really advance our mission into bringing about no kill for every shelter in the country by 2025, we've really had to look at some of these areas in the country where the problem is greatest, and one of them is in our own backyard. So we've really stepped up the support that we're providing on the Navajo Nation. We've hired a number of individuals that actually are Navajo, that live on tribal lands, that are helping us. We're engaging the tribal government. And really what we're trying to do is provide strategic planning for all of the various animal welfare organizations that do work on the Navajo Nation, and ensuring that our work is strategic and that we're really trying to address the issues there. If you're not familiar, you know, the Navajo Nation is about the size of the state of West Virginia. The human population is about over 300,000, and by some estimates, there are more dogs on the Navajo Nation than there are people. So it is, in terms of free-roaming dogs, it really is a potential crisis in terms of those populations not being managed, and also wanting to help those individuals have the tools to take care of the animals that are in their care. And again, a lot of that is providing the basics of spay and neuter and vaccinations and veterinary care, and this coalition building effort that we do with all of the groups is the type of work we do, you know, all over the country, but is really critical on the Navajo Nation and something that we really have been stepping up over the last 2 years. Another really exciting recent program launched, I think in 21, is a new partnership with Southern Utah University. That is Julie Castle, our CEO, that is her alma mater. She was student body president there. I saw Stephen Lisenby around here earlier. As I mentioned, nearly every community in the country is impacted by animal control, animal sheltering, animal welfare, but most of us don't really think much about it, even those of us who work in local government, unless it's your real passion. You know, it's kind of like the side thing that the local government does, right? But the reality is, it's a profession for thousands and thousands of people. And up until this point, we haven't really treated it that way. We don't have a lot of formal training. You kind of fall into the role a lot of times and learn on the job. And so what we have done with SUU is launched a contemporary animal services program. It started as a certificate within a multidisciplinary master's program, but we're actually working to have actual degree programs, both bachelor and graduate, that focus in this area and will train our next next generation of leaders that are going to be running shelters across the country. And it's awesome that we're able to do that from Cedar City in partnership with Best Friends. And it really is somewhat cutting edge in terms of what this training looks like. And we've already had participants from all over the country. One of my best friends, a guy from Florida, was one of the first graduates from the program. And he's a Florida Gator guy, so if you know what they're like, they're insufferable. But he now is also a proud alum of SUU and likes to brag about it. So the next few things, I just want to provide a quick update so you kind of know what's going on, what Best Friends is up to locally. The first is our visitor center and roadhouse, what I've called consolidation. I don't even know if we call it internally, but that's what I've called it. So if you're aware, you probably are, just a little bit south of us here by the Holiday Inn, back in 2015, we opened a local visitor center here in town. For years and years, we would get inquiries about people wanting to come up to the sanctuary, people wandering around town that we'd want to connect with, and we just felt having a presence in Kanab was really beneficial to the organization. Since that time, we also purchased the former Four Seasons Motel that has now become the Best Friends Mercantile and Roadhouse. We didn't necessarily want to get into the hospitality industry, but as you know, a lot of our visitors bring pets with them, and as you also know, it's sometimes hard to find a hotel room in town, so we felt like providing that service to at least some of the people that come to the sanctuary was a smart thing to do. But it also meant that we didn't necessarily need both facilities. So we've recently ended our lease just south of us here, and we're consolidating that visitor experience for folks in town at the Mercantile on the north end of town. So if any of you have anyone asking about Best Friends, it's not that the visitor center has gone away. We're just now referring people to just go to the Mercantile at the Roadhouse. And during peak season, May to October, we are running shuttles from the Roadhouse up to the sanctuary. We do live music every Saturday, and we're really trying to make that be a lively part of town for folks visiting. Oh, and I should mention with this too, we still maintain the fitness center in town, and that will continue. No plans to change the fitness center. I was there yesterday about 5 o'clock, and I know that it's very, very well utilized. The Shipley's Dog Lodges. So if you're familiar with the sanctuary or you've ever been up there, our housing for dogs is generally group housing. You know, it's not unlike a shelter in terms of it's a lot of dogs kind of together. And for some dogs that come into our care or need specialized treatment, group housing is not necessarily the most beneficial for them. So as we've tried to increase the number of dogs that we can save, we are looking at a different model that allows dogs more individualized and separated living space at the sanctuary, because we really don't have that right now at a large scale. And so we are building this new facility, donor-supported facility. It's a $10 million project that has been underway for a couple of years now, but it's now construction is in full swing. And $10 million that is really largely spent locally in terms of our contractors. So Cobalt out of St. George is actually our general contractor, but all of our subs are local to Kane County. Barco is doing our dirt work up there right now. Iron Rock Engineering does all of our engineering work. And so we really do want to focus and engage, our local trades as we have these construction projects. So that's really exciting. And if you are on, it's kind of on the northwest part of the sanctuary, you'll see that start to take shape. Last year, I think it was last year, maybe 2 years ago, I sat on a panel at this event, and we talked about problems facing the business community here in Kane County. And probably for years, but the recurrent theme is that housing is a problem for recruitment, for retaining staff, and it definitely continues to be. Best Friends, we hire local, but we also pull in individuals across the country to fill our vacancies at the sanctuary. which we have at any given time a dozen or more positions that we're hiring for. We have about 900 employees nationally, and half of those are employed directly through the sanctuary. So we looked at our housing challenges, and we have tried a number of different options to try to figure out how best to solve that so that it's not a barrier to bringing in new employees. And just this last year, we ultimately made the decision to just build some housing. So we partnered with Jacob Clough. Many of you, I'm sure, know him. He had a project that he was working on the southeast side of the Ranchos, and we engaged with him in a $6 million project to build 12 duplexes, so 24 units total, that are going to serve as housing, somewhat transitional housing for Best Friends employees, where they can live for 1.5 to 2 years while they work out other housing options locally. So we're very excited about that. Some of the units are already starting to be framed, and like I said, it's what we're trying to do to help with this overall housing picture that we're all facing, and again, remove that barrier for our organization as we recruit for our vacant positions. So thank you, everyone, for your support of Best Friends, for the collaboration. I do apologize, I don't have free desserts to hand out, but if you want a free kitten, I could probably arrange that if you want to come talk to me. And I will say we do have our table over here as well that has a lot of information on it, and we have a number of Best Friends staff here to visit with. So please come say hi and let us know if you have any additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlen. I really appreciate it. I'd like to welcome Colette to the stage, and really appreciate all the thoughts that have been shared, and appreciate Colette for being here.
Thank you. Thanks, Kelly. It's always a privilege to be here every January and see friends and partners in crime. I see Patty over there and Dirk, and we've got the Cloughs and the Hendersons here and the chamber team, and so many amazing entrepreneurs. And that, in fact, is what I'm here to talk to you about today with my friend Wyatt Anderson. So I'd like to invite Wyatt up. He is with Utah Tech University, and he works as the Business Resource Center Outreach Manager. And we are going to talk about fostering innovation in Kane County.
Nice to meet all you guys. It's a pleasure to be out here in Kanab. It's such a wonderful community, and you guys have so many amazing things going on, so it's a pleasure to be here. I got a lot to talk with you guys about today in a very condensed time, so if I start sounding like an auctioneer, keep your hands down. I'm not selling you anything. So we'll get going. So as Colette mentioned, my name is Wyatt Anderson. I'm the Rural Outreach Manager for Utah Tech University's Atwood Innovation Plaza. And basically my job is to let you guys in the rural communities know what we're about and how we can help you guys through anything that you have going on. And so with that, I'm going to cover, before we cover the resources, I'm going to cover the innovation process. This is kind of a process that it's a standard process that everybody kind of follows as they come through the plaza. And so this will apply to innovators, entrepreneurs, and one disclaimer really quick too, because we're part of Utah Tech, we are also open to students and community. That's kind of a misperception. Everybody's like, oh, it's just a resource for students. No, we are open to everybody, so come and utilize this space. So part of the innovation process, everybody has great ideas every day. I speak to some people about some of the stuff that I've done myself personally, and they're like, oh my gosh, you're a genius. I'm like, no, I'm just lazy. You know, I'm lazy. I want to try to figure out ways to make things better. And so likely the demand for your product, service, or business already exists, right? The demand's already there. You just have to find the product or service to offer to funnel that demand to your business. So make sure when you go into this process that you go into it with having something meaningful and impactful in mind. Don't go into it with the sole purpose of making money, because you'll likely fail. So with that being said, keep your consumers in mind throughout all of this. And so step one, the ideation, identify a problem, which would essentially be a strain in your personal life, professional life, you name it. Find a solution to that problem. And then number two, you'd go to validate the opportunity. You'd go do your due diligence, go do your market research, see what the industry's like, go look at the industry overview, see if there's any competitors out there. Go look into their products, go look at their product reviews. If you go look at their product reviews, look at the 4 stars and the 2 stars. Because 5-star people, they're just fake and they're just happy all the time and they're just there to put a nice review in. And the 1-star people, they might just not be happy about anything in life. So we want to stay away from looking at those. But look at your 4 stars and 2 stars and see if there's anything that they're not doing that you could potentially go and do better than they are. And then from the validating the opportunity, you're going to go to feasibility. So you're going to go get a prototype made. And prototyping applies for both products and services. You got to figure out what your service offerings are going to be and what that format's going to look like. And basically get your proof of concept and say, well, is this idea actually going to work? Is this going to work for our consumers? Is this going to be something that the market will take? And then go collect consumer data. There will be some out there that you can already go find, and then go obtain some of your own. Go out there and actually, once you get your ideal consumer persona, go out there and go interact with these people, see what they want. Develop. So next, after that, you'll go and start developing it. You're going to finalize your prototypes. You'll likely launch with a minimal viable product. Everybody will keep, and they'll stay in the refining. They'll be like, oh, my idea is great, but it could just be better before I launch it. Be better before I launch it. And the next thing you know, you just continue innovating the same problem before you launch. And you might have a Swiss Army knife for the market, but the market doesn't want to pay for that Swiss Army knife. It's too expensive, right? So maybe there's just, instead of having 15 different things that you're covering, maybe you're only covering 3 things, but it's at an affordable price that the market's going to accept. And then from that, you're going to go into commercializing. So you're going to establish your distribution. You're going to create your marketing strategies. How are you going to reach out to your people? And then from that, you're just maintaining control. So you're going to refine your operations. You're going to analyze your processes, and so on and so forth. So part of Atwood Innovation Plaza, we have the Business Resource Center. We try to help through the majority of this process. We do that through market research, business plans, marketing strategies, and so much more. Really, anything business where you feel strained and you need help, reach out to us and we can help you. And then we have innovation guides and solutions. This is where we basically help people through the patent process, and we help you obtain your prototypes and network with patent attorneys so that you can go and do what you need to do. And then we also have the makerspace where you're going to be able to go and actually build your prototypes by yourself. And the makerspace, we have a full-blown wood shop, metal shop. You have access to 3D printers, sewing machines, and embroidery machines, and much more. And all the trainings are free. There's little tiny fees to use the equipment, but that's just maintenance fees. And starving college kids can afford it, so it's not too expensive. And then lastly, after seeing all the resources available to you at Utah Tech's Innovation Plaza, just keep innovating. Once you've gone through it, stay competitive, keep innovating your business and stay ahead of the competitors and keep going, because if you don't innovate, you don't grow. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wyatt. I can get my slides up here. So as I mentioned, I work hand in hand with Wyatt and other community partners to support entrepreneurships, startups, small businesses, and mid to large businesses in Southern Utah. By the way, I'm going to stick to my script because Kelly said we are running a little behind, not to go off script. So today I wanted to share a handful of our partners up on the screen that offer business advising, help accessing capital, workforce training, management training, connections to investors, grant writing support, introductions to industry experts, and more. If you haven't taken the time already, I hope that you will follow up and stop by the booths that are on the perimeter of our room today and also down the hall and get to know our community partners. I'm going to quickly just introduce our reps today. If you'll just stand up and give a wave or just stand up for the group to see you. We've been introduced to Pat, Dawn, and Matt with the Chamber of Commerce. They're over here on this side. Next, we have Jackie Hobson with the Small Business Administration. Where's Jackie? Over here in the corner. And then we've got Jeff Mather and Cam Finley with the Small Business Development Center, right here in the back. And then we have Lisa Jensen and Debbie Drake with the Women's Business Center of Utah. Oh, back here in this corner. See, I haven't even made it all the way around the room. We also have Nate Weiberg and Brian Theriot from the 5-County Association of Governments. And we have the friendly staff from the Kane County Office of Tourism. They're sprinkled around and working hard today, so we want to stop and say thank you to each of them. They're back here by the doors. And then we have J.R. Kornberg from Southwest Tech, and I think I saw Scott Levitt here somewhere too. I think he sneaked in. We have Grayson Fox from Impact Utah. Where did Grayson go? And then we have Mike Sarles with the Utah State University Rural Online Initiative. And Martha and Kevin LeBaron with While You're in Town. We've been introduced to them. Next, we have the team from Best Friends. You've met Arlen Bradshaw, but we also have Patty, Michelle, Chelsea, Chrissy, and Bart's here. We saw Bart earlier, and some other staff members from Best Friends, so go and get familiar with them. Jill Hunt with Buddy Mail, Anthony White with Hallows and Company, and of course Wyatt Anderson. He's got his booth over here on the side. And along with these booths, we also have tables with our contestants from our Entrepreneurship Challenge, which we'll be introducing now. So again, just want to stress to reach out to Wyatt, myself, the SBDC, the Women's Business Center of Utah staff, or the staff from the Southwest Tech Innovation Center to be connected to any of these no-cost resources that are in place solely to help you as business managers and business owners. So thank you again to all of our partners who came and made the journey to Kanab today, and thank you for all you do for us year-round. Let's give them a hand. So as we were planning this year's summit, we decided to do something a little different. We wanted to highlight the entrepreneurs right here in Kane County that were developing products and service-based businesses. So we decided to launch the Raising Kane Entrepreneurship Challenge. We didn't know what to expect this first year. However, 3 businesses, all women-owned businesses, I might add, accepted the challenge. So let's have Matt come up and help us with the videos, and we're going to take a look at their entry videos.
Hi, I'm Kaylee Brinkeroff. I'm 15 years old and live in Glendale, Utah. The business I will be presenting to you is called Lynn Sewing. This is a business that I started about 2 years ago. It all started when I got my first sewing machine from my Aunt Melissa. After that, I started sewing with my grandma. A lot of things I started to sew were bookmarks, pillowcases, and different things like that. And as I got better and better, I started to sew more actual things and dresses and purses. I started it by going to Joann's and buying different fabric, zippers, and tassels. Along with these things, I made these festive pillowcases that are very decorative. These pillowcases are made not only to be able to change out season to season, but easy changed. Some of these pillowcases have different tassels on them, and they all have zippers, so it's an easy change and you don't have to store the pillows year after year. There's many pillowcases I have done. There's Christmas, Halloween, New Year's, Thanksgiving, Valentine's, and many others just like that, so that you have one for every season. Right now, I have 44 pillowcases sewn. I've sewn these 44 pillowcases and still have 22 more pillowcases that are currently ready to start being sewed. Along with these 44, I have sold 12. These 12 pillowcases I've sold at our local Apple Festival. The first step in sewing these pillowcases is getting the fabric. Then you have to cut them out and get the right fringe for them. This pillowcase right here was first done by cutting it out and then getting the fringe. As you can see, this one's a little different than all the other ones. It has tassels instead of fringe. These tassels are a little bit easier to do than the fringe because you don't have to pin the tassel up all the way through. The next step is cutting out a strip for the zipper and sewing in the zipper. Then you sew it all together. One pillowcase takes me a little less than an hour to sew. Hobby for me, and now it has progressed into a business that I love. This business is getting bigger and bigger. I have started by getting on Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook, and plan to get it on many other platforms to sell these pillowcases. Some of the pillowcases you might not be able to see are the ones down here. This one has no fringe or tassels, and it's just a plain pillow. But you have some of these that have more of the tassels and more of the details. This one, as you can see, the tassels are all the way around, and just like most of the pillowcases you have here. These are for more decorative and more fancy pillowcases that you can not only showcase around your house, but also outside around your house and in different places that will bring holiday spirit to your home. Thank you for allowing me to participate in this entrepreneurship challenge, and please consider my business, Lynn Sewing.
Wasn't that impressive? I see a serial entrepreneur in our future with Kaylee.
Hey, I'm Elisa.
I'm Megan.
And I'm Allie.
And we are Branded Custom Screen Printing.
Welcome to our shop.
We started out in Allie's garage thanks to her very, very understanding and patient husband giving up his space to all of us.
Thank you, James.
All of our husbands and families have been extremely supportive. We've had lots of 3 a.m. printing nights, frustrations with learning different techniques, learning new computer programs, navigating how to print in a range of temperatures, but worst of all, having to work with and share our space with the nighttime bugs in the garage.
Oh, the bugs.
On top of learning a new business, we still have had to juggle wife and mom duties and maintain a second job that actually pays the bills.
Even though we've had our challenges, we've had so much fun serving our community. We feel extremely grateful to all of our friends, our family, and our community members who have become friends. They have trusted us with their events, their business promotions, fundraisers, and family functions, knowing we are new to the industry. We have taken pride in being able to support our local schools and the city recreation program. We have had lots of community support from the Chamber of Commerce, which led us to a course from Atwood Innovation Plaza at Utah Tech. We were so glad to have been introduced to this course
It taught us so much about starting a new business and the right steps to take to get going. One of the most important was getting a lawyer. We started this business with 4 women, and when one had to move away, it was an easy dissolution process. It was painless with no hard feelings. We are so thankful for that business advice and what that course taught us about setting up our business.
Before starting Branded, the 4 of us worked together at another company. Through COVID, we grew really close as friends and decided that we should go into business for ourselves. Everyone knows that COVID created a lot of crazy decisions. We couldn't be more happy that this is what our crazy turned into, knowing that it was something Kane County and surrounding areas could use. Before us, people would have to commute over an hour for these services. After a lot of discussion and ideas, we all agreed on apparel decoration. We did some research and pooled our capital to purchase our printing equipment, allowing us to open our doors to Kane County and more. We have learned so much, made so many amazing contacts along the way, and are enjoying what we do now. We hope to grow into other apparel decorating areas in the next year. We are excited to participate in this competition for a chance that could help us purchase some of the equipment needed to expand into those areas. We hope to fill that need so our community has a local convenience for their branded needs.
Notice the branded team mentioned Atwood Innovation Plaza, and they took advantage of those free resources there and really, again, helped them avoid some pitfalls. So it's been fun to see their business launch and grow. And then we have our final contestant, which is Baird's Busy Bees Childcare.
Hi, I'm Tyree Baird, owner of Baird's Busy Bees here in Kanab, Utah. In 2019, my husband and I started to grow our own little family. Never in a million years did I think it would be so hard to find someone to care and love for my children as their own. Once we found someone we absolutely loved, they either quit childcare or would not take our baby. Then we would find ourselves back at square one. When I found out I was pregnant with my 3rd child, I knew something had to be done. There was no way we were going to be able to afford childcare for 3 kids, even though both of us worked full-time job. That's when I knew I had to run with this crazy idea that I had brewing for 2 years to open a childcare center. Over the past 4 years, I noticed that this community in Kanab was in big need of reliable childcare. In October 2022, we opened our doors at Baird's Busy Bees. Our mission at Baird's Busy Bees is to provide quality care for children ages 1 through 10 by providing reliable, safe, happy, and healthy environments. We achieve this by caring for children's social needs, academic needs, and physical needs. We meet these needs by having structured play time, engaging educational activities, and focusing on movement and nutrition throughout the day. Since we have opened our doors, we have been able to help 32 families in this community continue to work to provide for their children by providing reliable childcare. We are a state-certified center that is able to accept subsidy payments from the state to help these families afford childcare. Our business has averaged $18,500 per month. Our facility operates Monday through Friday from 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. We have about 10 employees that work at the center part-time. Their responsibilities throughout the day is to make sure we provide a safe environment for our kids that we have in our care. Our caregivers follow a very structured schedule throughout the day. Throughout the week, we provide opportunities for our students to learn music, healthy eating habits, and social skills with structured play. Our hope is in 5 years to be able to build our own facility that is set up for Child Care Center, and to be able to expand our business to other small communities in hopes to help families that are in need. We are Baird's Busy Bees Childcare.
We were really impressed with this first year's entries, and right now we'd like to invite Kaylee, Elisa, Megan, Allie, and Tyree up to the stage for their awards. along with Kelly Stoll and Commissioner Heaton, to take some photos. So come on up. And Matt, would you take some photos for us? Thank you. First, we'll start with the high school category and Lynn Sewing. So again, so proud of Kaylee Brinkerhoff. She is clearly going to be a serial entrepreneur. She really followed that process that Wyatt taught us about and did the pre-work and then the work to set up her business, and then she has plans for expansion. And Kaylee has won $1,500. So that will go far for some new sewing equipment and fabrics and fringe, lots of fringe. And next, we'd like to award Baird's Buzzy Bees Childcare. And let's see, yes, you're still here. She's supposed to be teaching at the elementary school. Shh. So we're very impressed. I've actually had the privilege of working with her as she started this process and went through the state certification, remodeled that terrible building that was just a blank slate, that was full of cubicles and dust. And now it's a beautiful center. So we have awarded Tyree $1,000 to help with her childcare center. These business grants really will go a long way. And then last but not least, branded custom screen printing. This is an example of what can happen when you get your friends together and launch your ideas that you talk about over Coke or beer or whatever you drink, coffee, and really make it happen. So congratulations, you've won $2,000. We hope you'll get out and support these businesses and congratulate them. And again, vote with your dollars and shop with them.
Be sure to take advantage of all the free resources available to you through all these different government partners. We want to also thank these entrepreneurs for participating in this first challenge. We hope to bring it back next year. Entrepreneurs in Kane County have an important role to play in solving problems that existing products and technology have not yet solved. By creating new products and services, they stimulate new employment, which ultimately results in accelerating the overall economic development for this region. We are working to strategically implement support that will encourage additional entrepreneurial activity in Kane County during 2023. And in providing these supports, please, please, please utilize the resources available to you. Thank you.
Thanks, Wyatt and Colette and everyone else. We are a little behind, but no worries. We're going to take a break right now. Okay, I'm going to show a video from a TV show that was shot here last year, and it aired in July.
Here we go. Hammer, you're the mighty Thor.
We're in the Great Basin, in the desert canyons.
When you're ready.
Oh, jeez.
You're strong and fit as a mighty Thor. Are you in training?
Yeah, it's super, super physical.
Jane?
I'm so excited. Jane Foster is back in the MCU as the Mighty Thor. Learning stunts or learning with Bear. It's such an incredible opportunity to learn new things.
We got water. We should definitely filter it.
Through your underpants, I live to tell the tale.
Adventure in life is a state of mind. Natalie never gave up, always determined. You do Thor proud. Catch a new season of Running Wild.
And watch Marvel Studios' Thor: Love and Thunder now.
All right, thank you. And congratulations to everyone that just won. Mike, I hope you got your door prize. You're a big winner. Yes. So again, my name is Kelly, and I do outdoor recreation, economic development, and film here in Kane County. In 2022, it was a banner year for us. We had a lot of productions ranging from everything from TV shows to, this is a music video with Alicia Keys that shot out by Big Water recently. The biggest project we had was a Kevin Costner movie called Horizon, and they were here just a couple months ago, had a huge crew, and it was a great project. Hopefully some of you saw it, but our productions, it ranges from everything from movies to TV shows to print advertisements. This is actually Duluth Trading Company, and this is a clothing company called Fit to Fashion, and this is a very high-end Italian clothing company. But Chevy was here, and of course the video we just saw with Bear Grylls and Natalie Portman. So again, we appreciate everyone being here, and we're running a little behind, but I'd like to invite Patrick and Connor up to the stage to talk a little bit about some economic development planning efforts that was instigated with our former county commissioner, Commissioner Chamberlain. And we're really happy to have Connor and Patrick joining us today to show us what you've been working on.
Exciting. Hopefully we'll make up some time and get us back on track. But it's a pleasure to be with you all. For those of you that I haven't met, I'm Patrick Mullen, alongside my colleague who couldn't be here today, Stuart Clayson, who many of you, if you've met Stuart, it's hard to forget. He's a loud gentleman from the fine state of Louisiana with a very notable accent. But Stuart and I founded an organization called the Regional Growth Program a little over 4 years ago, and that program was originally housed within the Utah Association of Counties, so our statewide association for all 29 counties. And as we were working with various commissioners across the state, we had engagements in places like Millard County, Garfield County, Box Elder, kind of all over. Our focus really was on economic development and how we provide strategic frameworks for how counties think about specifically what growth or economic development means within their county. Because in all 29 of those counties, the definition is not the same. And it goes much further than just urban versus rural. What one calls rural in this part of the state is vastly different than what you might see in central or northern Utah. And I think as we've done that, what we've really tried to provide is, how do we give a strategic framework for how that growth is managed or thought about? And I think it's a tremendous benefit to this community that you have both a former commission and a new commission now that are very much thinking about that. And I think what we've heard today, it aligns very nicely kind of with our project. So we got started in mid to late 2022. So this is still an ongoing effort. And really, I think what we were trying to do was figure out, how do we bring in the right elements to put together sort of a regional growth strategic plan. And I think within that, it started with a couple phases, and we were lucky enough to bring in a group that we've worked with previously who we think kind of brings a lot of expertise to this, and it's a group called Honey Communications that Connor works with, and I'll pass the mic off to him shortly. But with Honey, we've worked on projects like this for everything from the Utah Department of Ag and Food to other counties like Garfield, kind of just up to your north here, and many others. So I think it's an exciting time to kind of provide an update and give you kind of next steps from here on where we see it going. So Connor?
Hey, my name is Connor. I work for a group called Honey Communications. We do communications and PR work. It's been awesome being able to support Patrick and Kelly in this effort. So I just want to walk you through kind of the phases that we went through to begin this process. So phase one, we started with an existing research and literature review. What we're doing isn't new. We have previous years of a lot of economic development and a lot of research that's been done that we wanted to look at and bring to the table and make sure that we were including all of that. So we first took that, disseminated through all that information, and got a nice working draft. After that, we came down here and engaged with stakeholders, community members, and wanted to talk with you and see what we found from the literature review, if it matched up with how you were feeling the community could move forward. So after that, we condensed those two together into two separate sections to make sure that we were working from a good draft. And then we also included some quantitative analysis, economic analysis, regional synergies. So right now I'd say we're about at a second draft phase of our project that we're ready to share with the community. So we're gonna be sharing that from Kelly, sharing it around, and have you guys give it another read, and we'll be back down here for some more community feedback, and hopefully we can get to a final draft here pretty soon.
Just to give you a little bit of insight to kind of some of the core takeaways, and I think we like to give the caveat as we give this is nothing new. Some of these trends we're finding are not going to be dramatic shifts from what's already occurring kind of in the community. And I think you heard Commissioner Heaton early today talk about smart growth. I think that was a really interesting kind of piece where he said, look, we might be trying to position the county on how we put things in place, whether it's on the housing front, whether it's on the commerce front. That doesn't mean it's all going to happen tomorrow. I mean, I think as we've done these stakeholder meetings, we've heard a lot of folks who say, look, we're good. We don't want more growth. We want to figure out ways that we say, look, let's not have everybody just show up tomorrow, because we all know what communities in the state have maybe rushed to those decisions, and they're the ones today that are having a hard time with things like transportation and housing and others. And I think you're very smart to sort of think through it in a way that is, what are those strategic kind of frameworks that we've got? And so as we look at it, I mean, I think it's really, you've got an interesting local market, as you know, that you have to navigate with the tremendous amount of federal lands and how you sort of balance that as you think about expansion and other aspects that go into it. And I think at the same time, you've got a dramatically changing workforce as it pertains not just to this part of the state, but all over the country. I mean, we've got a little booth in the back there, Become a Remote Worker. And I know that remote work is at the forefront of growth for this region and for many others as you move forward. I think that's one of the core tenets that we're seeing as one of the trends, is really embracing that remote work trend and embracing the creative economy. I mean, I think it's great to see some of the highlights like what Kelly just showed around film and tourism, and I think that's another area that really begins to play a large role. But I think the other areas that you'll hear us kind of present further as we get into our findings and as we come back down for some of these stakeholder meetings is regional collaboration. I mean, I know you guys work very well with your neighboring communities that have national parks, and how you sort of think about kind of getting back and forth between those two communities. But the more that we can regionally collaborate, I know Brian Theriot and the 5-county AOG team are here, and I know that's a big piece that they're working on. I think it's a huge component. And then really it's about this concept of, how do we continue to diversify economically? We mentioned kind of creative economy, work from home. I see my time has now gone red, so I'll hurry through this. But I think that those are always going to be the pieces that we kind of continue to bring back. And I think the takeaway is, Connor alluded to it, we've kind of got this second draft form report. It includes sort of the high level overview of some of the challenges we've noted, some of the strategies that we're presenting to the county. And to be clear, these are just strategies. We don't have the answers. We would never show up and say that we know what Kane County could do or what you all should be doing. These are just some of the things that our research, what we're hearing from stakeholder meetings and others are kind of communicating to us. And I think the next phase from here is continuing to iterate on that, particularly with community feedback. We want to hear from you all. I think we're never going to produce a product that everybody 100% agrees on, but hopefully it's a resource that allows your leadership and your kind of stakeholders to chart a path forward. So we thank Kelly for kind of really being the point person as we move forward, but Camille's been very helpful from the tourism side. The commissioners have been great. We look forward to working with the new ones who were making good connections today, and hopefully you'll hear from us again on kind of the next phase and what this looks like. But just wanted to give a quick update, and if you have questions or thoughts, come find us. We'll be here the whole day, and we're happy to chat.
Thank you, Patrick and Connor. I thought you had all the answers. I'm sorry. Thank you. Appreciate all your hard work. And I'm going to invite Colette to the stage to introduce Rick.
All right. Thank you, Kelly. I have the privilege of introducing one of my most favorite friends and mentors, Rick Atkin. Rick is an innovation and strategy leader with expertise in identifying, creating, and launching innovative, high-growth opportunities to solve meaningful and complex problems. Growing up in a family of Southern Utah entrepreneurs that launched recognizable companies such as SkyWest Airlines, Ghana International Airlines, Cafe Rio, and Goal Zero, to name a few, ignited his interest in innovation bottlenecks, particularly within established organizations and ecosystems. With his background in entrepreneurship, Rick has developed unique innovation frameworks, strategies, and processes. In addition to creating and launching 3 companies, Rick has led the launches of nearly 20 products and service offerings in 6 continents and in 6 languages. Rick also extensively volunteers his time to mentor Southern Utah entrepreneurs through the early validation and growth stages as part of the Utah Tech University's Atwood Innovation Plaza. Rick is the founder and CEO of Trula, the first and largest network of certified peer wellness coaches to support students with life's everyday challenges and opportunities. Rick received his Associates of Arts degree from Utah Tech University, formerly Dixie State University, and his Bachelor's of Science degree in accounting from Brigham Young University, and his Master's in Business Administration from Harvard Business School, where he was awarded the Rock and John R. Lieber Family Entrepreneurial Fellowship. Rick is a CPA and has completed the Mayo Clinic Health and Wellness Coach Training Program and is working towards his national certification through the National Board of Health and Wellness Coaching. Please welcome Rick Atkin. Thank you.
Those are all lies. I wrote those. So I come from a long line of Southern Utah family. My ancestors settled St. George. They built their ranch in Arizona Strip, and we always have a joke in the family that the reason why they didn't end up in Kane County because they couldn't read the signs. And if you've ever been to Arizona Strip from Kane County, you would also think they were blind. It's absolutely beautiful here. It's a privilege to be here. I'm going to talk a little bit about rethinking the housing experience and how human-centered design thinking, if you've heard of that term, or design thinking or human-centric thinking, can help us really understand how do we face some of these complex problems that we're experiencing today. What's interesting here in Kane County, so this is from about 6 months of research. I convinced my team to volunteer their time to really understand what are the dynamics going on with what I like to call attainable housing. It's not necessarily a handout, it's more like how can we have housing options that meet where we are economically. So what we see here in Kane County, it looks like about 80% of the workers are kind of service support level roles. So we see in terms of the median household income is about 37% lower than the national average. So what that means basically is if we had every single person that was earning income, every household rather, lined up in a row and you pick the middle person, where would they fit compared to the national average? And that's 37% lower. So where this gets really complex though, what we see here in Kane County, 87% of our homes are single family homes. With an average, I believe it's an average or a median household price of, I think it's $400,000, something like that, which is about 7% lower than the national average. So it's lower, but the disparity between those is a tension, and that could break. And so this is where we want to apply some design thinking models. So a little bit about that. This is a story. It took place way back when we had black and white cameras. This is East Coast, and a truck driver had this truck, and he thought he would drive through a low bridge, and he firmly got lodged under the bridge, couldn't move forward, couldn't move backwards. And as you can imagine, in Boston, massive traffic problems. So emergency personnel, engineers, firefighters, truck drivers, all gather to devise and negotiate various ways and solutions. You know, should they dismantle parts? Should they chip away at the bridge above? And all these ideas came from their own lens of expertise, their own experience, where they came from. And as they were like debating this, traffic's backing up, honking horns, this boy is walking by with his dog, and he sees this intense debate. So he looks at the truck, he looks at the bridge, he sees the road, and he's like, well, why don't you just let the air out the tires? And they were like, whoa, didn't even think about that, kind of amazed, you know, questioning whether that would make sense. So they tested the solution, and it worked. It was very easily able to move out, and the only damage that was done to the truck was the initial damage that happened when the driver drove under the bridge. This is a story about symbolizing the struggles that we face, where oftentimes the obvious solution might be right in front of us, or the solution might be clouded because of our lens of expertise or past successes. And so the design-centered thinking that we're going to talk about, and this is a little bit of a plug for the afternoon, I'm going to do an hour workshop on this, but it's really the foundation of it is empathy. And a lot of people we don't really talk about what empathy means. The definition I like to use is knowing I will never understand, but believing it's worth my time to try. So that beginner's mindset, that curiosity, continually questioning and discovery, that's where we start understanding human behavior, values, motivations. And so I'm just going to jump through this. We're all familiar with traditional thinking. We use historical data. We gather those trends. We see, and that's very, very important. Or if we're building a house, we have to be perfect at it. We can't fail at that. And so you do a traditional project management model. Design thinking is almost the exact opposite. It's like building a plane mid-flight. It's very dynamic. It's more about doing rather than telling. It's very experimental, discovery driven. It's really fun. And this is where entrepreneurs and innovators really love to live. Now, there's a few stages in this that we'll cover or in this afternoon session, but quickly there's about 6 stages. The first stage is really about understanding, empathizing, defining, and the second stage is ideating, prototyping, and then testing, implementing. So you can kind of see the green areas. This is about the scope of what our group covered, mostly because I am a big believer in private businesses, private individuals taking from there and actually solving the solution. So I don't think it's necessarily government's job to solve all those solutions. I think we have way more creativity when you're unencumbered by some of the bureaucracy. So we're only the first few stages in it. What it really looks like is this. I mean, it's really dynamic. It's not a linear process. It moves back and forth, and we're about right there. And so when you're in it, it feels really messy and very uncomfortable, but very exciting. So what I'm going to show today is a little bit about what we learned about personas. So we talked about empathy, really understanding who's experiencing attainable housing challenges. What are their dreams, their goals, their motivations? Because these are complex problems, and understanding that helps us understand how they might make decisions in the future. Or maybe we're missing something because we've never built the type of housing that the people that are experiencing this ever need. We just have never built them for them before. So what I looked at was, when we look at area median income, I looked at 30 to 80% of that. That's about 33% of the total earners, households in Kane County. And what we found is 4 distinct personas, which covered almost 90% of what I saw as those experience attainable housing problems. So I'm going to dive a little bit in this. What was interesting is the proportion of these are households. What I don't know is if they are already living in a house or if they're living with family, friends, or whatever, and these are new prospective households that could be served. What surprised me is this is a very different pie chart than what I saw in Washington County. Washington County, the mature renter was the smallest section. Here, it's the largest. So I'm going to talk about those 4 personas. We have the emerging contributor, new couple, single parent, and mature renter. But what we learned about this emerging contributor is a lot of it in terms of housing just felt like the inability to get into housing is a perceived outward expression of their inability to grow. And so there's this big social component to it. We gather quotes here, I'm just trying to move out of my parents' house. What also surprised us was these are the jobs that that's why I like calling them their emerging contributor. They're contributing to the economy. These are people we know. These are our neighbors, our caretakers, nurses, housekeepers, work in constructions, landscape. I wanted to highlight a couple things. Motivation, very interesting. The most important, and this is probably not surprising, is social perception. Second, personal growth. We also see something really interesting in terms of their need to live near work. They often may not have a car. The other thing I want to highlight is when we talk about housing types, we're talking about housing structure. So we saw it before, 87% of our homes are single-family homes. Well, there's lots of different variations of housing opportunities, and so they're very open to that. It might look like a dormitory. Very open to shared space. So what that would look like in the housing unit, where maybe they just own a room and they share a bathroom and a kitchen or shared outdoor space. Like, they're very open to all of that. Their most important driver is the social, like getting into a home, building some financial foundation, and it has to be cool. So here's some ideas. These are some of the things that we discovered. One is, this first thing is they don't often have their credit score to actually get into the home. And so Rentler is a startup, it's a company, is the only one that I found like this, if you have housing that you rent, if you're listed through Rentler, those who are renting that apartment are building credit because it looks like debt. It's like one of the only things I've seen that does that, so it's actually brilliant. When we talk about shared housing type, this home, they're connected. And they might have some shared space, so very open to those type of things. Tiny homes, those sound really cool, sexy. And then we see prefab homes. So this looks very different than the normal prefab, modular homes that we've seen before, because social perception is very, very important. Second persona. I'm just trying to catch up on time too, so I'm gonna blow through this, but you guys can have the slides and I can work with Matt and Kelly on that. So the new couple, we're just trying to save money until some options open up around town. What we found when we were doing interviews with these individuals is a lot of times they actually had the savings to get into the home, but they didn't know they could. And then interest rates skyrocketed. Again, look at the job profiles: bank tellers, accountants, caretakers, nurses. Interesting dynamic with this, because they're a new couple, they tend to be around the same age range, so social perception still is the largest driver, but now personal growth and building a financial foundation are right behind that. The other difference is they're still open to the housing types, how they're designed, what type of opportunities there are, but not open on shared space. They're just starting to connect and build their own families. They don't have a lot of kids right now. On average, we saw about a half a dependent. I don't know what that is. I don't have kids. I have dogs though, so maybe that's that. So they don't necessarily want a shared internal space, kitchens, living, but they might be open to sharing outdoor space. Ideas look like that then. So now we see shared housing ownership in this model look very different. It might look like a bunch of bungalows gathered together, kind of communal living, but you have your own distinct space. Many of you may have heard about 3D printing. So this is Icon out of my friends from Austin, Texas are doing this. So it's cement, 3D printing the homes. It's actually cutting a lot of cost in those. Or off-grid housing. Now, there's definitely some codes that at a county and a city level are really important to address on this in terms of like what type of septic system you're using or waste and things like that. But and they do have a car, so they can live off-grid and they can drive into work. And we're seeing this in Washington County right now, where they're actually moving down to Mesquite, 45 minutes away. I can guarantee you could probably attract them out here too. And then the third one, single parent. Since I left my husband, I haven't even considered home ownership as an option. So this is really about maintaining what we see here, family comfort and security and household stability. They want to be in the neighborhoods where they grew up, where their kids are going to school. They don't want to have changes on all those things. And they want to be close to the support system and not as open to the housing type. So what we see here, Rentler is important here, building credit. The prefab homes look different. It's like, I don't really care as much about the social perception. Stability, support is more important. And then we see emerging trend with accessory dwelling units. Now, what's interesting about this dynamic, at least in Washington County, there's an 800 square foot limit. That wouldn't work for a single parent with 2 or 3 kids. And so the big push we have there is like, can we open that up to like 1,500 square feet? But the good thing is they don't have impact fees if it's around existing home. But what works great is that this could be in a suburban neighborhood where they would normally live and be, but then they can still have and still have the stability, but have their own space. And the final one is the mature renter. Now, we didn't get a time to actually do any of the ideation sessions on this. But what was interesting that we saw with this group is, look at their quote, you can get used to living in a prison cell. So this is like, there's a limited housing options, there's rising rent prices. They don't want the hassle to relocate and move. They want something they can stay in. They don't want to be at risk of it being sold and being built into something else. So they want that stability. And so very similar to the single parent, where family comfort, security, household stability is most important. And the openness to the housing type is very, very open. So like a prison cell or a bunch of other options. And so this is where creativity comes in from the private community, knowing that maybe you may, I'm not sure if anybody in this room understands any of these personas from their own perspective. but believing that it's worth our time to try, we go find it, we talk, we understand, we explore some of those options, and move from there. What was also very interesting from this is this common theme so we only did the one round of ideation sessions. Typically you do multiple rounds and then you vet it, and we didn't get a chance to do that, but what we call the missing middle housing or co-housing. It's a common theme that we heard from all the personas, and what that looks are things like duplexes, triplexes, courtyard, building, cottage court, townhomes, not the really high density, not the single family homes, but the stuff in the middle. These are the things that we saw, that our parents or grandparents were living in, and when they were starting to contribute to the economy and things like that. But we've missed a whole, many decades of actually building many of these, and so that is the end of the presentation. So we'll dive more this afternoon. If you want to jump into design thinking and how to use that and use that framework to apply to any of the concerns or problems that may be showing up to you. And yeah, feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you, Rick. Really appreciate it, and would really encourage everyone to come to the session this afternoon immediately following, and especially if you have questions, and a lot of good info that he covered. So our next presenter, would like to welcome Mike Noel to the stage with the Kane County Water Conservancy District to talk about water. Thanks for being here, Mike. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Kelly. Hey, this has been a lot of fun this morning. I get really excited about these young kids starting businesses at a young age, and wish them the best success. And it's great to see all the business people here. One of the things that I've done for the past 28 years is to try to make sure that we have enough water in Kane County. And as you know, Utah is the second driest state in the nation. And Kane County is a pretty dry county. But we have been blessed with one thing, and that's water, and we have some beautiful water aquifers. In our area here, we have the Lamb's Point Tongue that feeds Kanab, and the Johnson Canyon area, the Lamb's Point Tongue there, and then we have the massive 1,000-foot deep Navajo sandstone formation. So we'll talk about that, but I want to start this out and say, if you hear that we don't have enough water for the future, tell people they're wrong. We have a tremendous amount of water. We have a history of looking for water, needing water, but the Kane County Water Conservancy District has an abundance of water, both on Cedar Mountain, Johnson Canyon, and east of Kanab. So we have a lot of water. So let's see, Matt, how do I work this thing? Just push that button. Okay, Kane County Water Conservancy District, we were established in 1992 by a vote of the property owners in Kane County that passed by over 90%. I was fortunate to be asked to be on the board of directors for that Water Conservancy District, and then in '96, they made me the general manager. We didn't have any water rights. We didn't own one water right. And we had a mill levy that we instituted, a .001 mill, and that's what helped us start. It's 1 mill on your property taxes. Presently, we have 3 different water systems. We have the Cedar Mountain area, we have the Kanab area and Johnson Canyon area that we serve some people just outside of Kanab. And then we've just acquired 2 companies out east of Kanab, West Clark Bench and the New Perea area. And presently, after 20-something years, we've reduced the mill levy from .001 to .0000428. So it's almost a 60% reduction. And we now have over 49,000 acre-feet of water rights. The largest amount, of course, is the water rights we got on the Andalex Coal project. And we're using those water rights right now as we don't need that many water rights. If you consider 40,000 acre-feet of water rights, and our average use in Johnson Canyon is 0.24 acre-feet. Do the math, divide that out, and you have enough for several 100,000 people. But we still have those water rights. We've got projects that we're working with people to develop those water rights, and so they still have value to us. We have been engaged a lot in water conservation and also development of water, and the things that we've done both up on Cedar Mountain and out east. We've drilled wells. We've protected the aquifers. We just recently finished a sewer project up on Cedar Mountain that we were asked to complete to protect the water aquifer up there, and that was completed. It's a $4 million project. We do other things besides. We have a stock in the Kanab Irrigation Company. We have about 8-9% of that, approximately 600 acre-feet of water rights. We constructed Jackson Flat Reservoir, and of course we're building the Cove Reservoir, which is in the process of completing the environmental impact statement. The Duck Creek Long Valley area. Presently we have 2,968 current connections. We had 34 new ones in 22. We have 5 wells up there pumping over 900, almost 1,000 gallons a minute, and about 1.4 million in storage. That's 8,000 potential connections, but we have water rights for over 15,000 connections. And as a good mayor from Alton said, we also have water rights for Long Valley. We deliver water to Alton, and with the drying of the area, not this year. If you want to see happy people, go to a water rights or water users convention, and you'll see happy people this year, because our water right now is 200% of normal, and that just doesn't happen. This is the most snowpack we've had in areas in over 20 years, so we're in pretty good shape this year. The Duck Creek Sewer, I mentioned that, a $4 million project. What was happening was this, in the Duck Creek area, the septic tanks, they're all on septic tanks, they were surfacing, and that was going into the meadow, down into the Mammoth Creek and down in the Sevier River. We were asked by the health department to work on that, and we said we can't do it without a grant, and so they gave us a $3 million grant and a 0% loan, and we just finished that project here this summer, and we're online, and we've got enough capacity there to add several hundred more people to it. But we did solve the problem in the Duck Creek Village area. Johnson Canyon, this is one a lot of people have asked about. We have 526 connections. We had 48 new connections in 2022. This has source capacity of 3,700 connections. That's just with the existing wells that we have, but our well in the upper Navajo area, in the Navajo Sandstone, we've got a pump in there pumping 300 to 400 gallons a minute. Actually has a capacity of 1,000 gallons a minute, but we have enough water rights for over 5,000 connections, so we're only about 10% capacity there. Storage, 750,000. If we have a new subdivision come in or people ask for additional connections, we do an evaluation through our engineers, and we determine what the source capacity is. We've got that. We need to know the storage capacity. If we have to increase that, they pay for that. So you don't get taxed or you don't get billed for new people moving in. They pay their own way. East Kanab, this was another one that the New Perea area and the West Clark Bench asked the Water Conservancy District to consider taking over those subdivisions. Those are old water systems, limited supply, the pipes are old. We said, okay, if we can get funds to do this, we'll do it. We went out, we had a vote, and the vote was almost 90%. They wanted us to take over. We were able to get $7 million grant under the ARPA program. And so we will start construction on that sometime this year and have that completed and have new water system out there. All our water systems, I might tell you, are all modernized. They're on what's called SCADA, Supervisory Control Acquisition of Data. All our reads are radio reads, so we drive by and it clicks, and then we take a download and we put it in a little saddle, and Amanda can bill 3,000, almost 3,000 people very rapidly. So that works real well. On these new systems, we're doing what's called a stationary read system. We put it on top of Matt's giving me the sign. I got to speed it up. Anyway, we have a great system. It's all modernized. Jackson Flat Reservoir, 4,222 acres. We're almost 80% right now. It's filled the last 3 years. That supplies water to over 200 people in the area's secondary water, and that's been a real success too. The Cove Reservoir, 6,000 acres. We're finishing the environmental impact statement on that one. That's a project we're doing with Washington County. It'll provide over 1,200 irrigation for 1,200 acres in the Orderville Irrigation Company, Mount Carmel Irrigation Company, and the Glendale Irrigation Company. So that's another project. A Lake Powell Pipeline, still a very viable project. If you want to look at the numbers there, people say, well, there's not enough water. But if you look at the levels right now, it's only 0.34% at full. At current levels, it's only 1.6% of the water at the current rate, the current fill, the levels right now. So it's a very small percentage of water, and it's always going to be there because they can't go below the generation area there. So Washington County has to have that water. Theirs is 86,000. We have 4,000 acre feet in that particular project. We've reduced our conservation tremendously. Wrap this up in 9 seconds. 25% reduction in the last 5 years, and that's it.
Thank you, Mike. Message received. That we have water. It's great. Thank you. Colette, you want to come up and we'll welcome Colette back to the stage, and we'll make these presentations available as well, and we'll try to put them on the chamber website if we can. So again, thank you, Colette, and we'll welcome you back to the podium.
Thank you so much. And again, just for people who don't know me, Colette Cox, and I am my day job when I'm not volunteering with this team and doing some of my other favorite things like volunteering with the chambers and mentoring entrepreneurs. I work full-time with the Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity, and I'm the Southern Utah Outreach Manager. And I cover Iron, Garfield, Kane, Washington, Beaver, and Grand and San Juan counties. So I have the bottom piece of the state. I've been in this position for about 5 months now, and it's been really exciting. It's taken my years of experience in Northern Arizona and Southern Utah and wrapped it into one job. So for the last 20 years, I've served this area working in economic strategy, innovative startup development, small business advising, higher education, and workforce expansion. So today I'm going to talk to you about the Go Utah Center for Rural Development. And my position is a new position. It was created after, many of you know Nan Anderson. She was fabulous. We love Nan. And she retired from her job as the outreach manager, and they decided that they needed to hire multiple people to replace her because she did such a great job. And the governor wanted to give more attention to the rural areas. And so new jobs were created. Myself and Forrest Turner, many of you know him from the Department of Workforce Services, were hired. He covers the central area, and then we have outreach managers that are in the northern part of the state. But so it's exciting to be all hands on deck here in the southern part of the state. And through the Center of Rural Development, we work with Utah's most rural communities and businesses to provide economic development resources and programs in support of healthy economies. This is our team, and this actually just changed yesterday. The big news is that Ryan Starks was named the director of Go Utah. And so we're really excited to have Ryan in that position, particularly because he loves rural Utah. He gets us, and he will be an advocate for rural Utah. So we're working on getting new leadership for our team, which is the growth and innovation team. And then we have Devaney, who's our support specialist, Lance, who covers targeted industries, Franz, who's over international trade and diplomacy. And when I hear people in southern Utah say, well, we don't have international business operations. Yes, we do. We bring the world to us. Whether it's through tourism or some of our manufacturing companies, we absolutely do business internationally. So we have staff in place to help with that. And then myself, like I said, and Forrest Turner cover the central and southern parts of the states. And we have Sarah Egger, who works in the northern part. So we have several rural programs, and I'm going to just go very high level over a couple. We have the Rural County Grant Program, the Rural Communities Grant Program, which is new, READY, and then again a new program, the Rural Communities Opportunity Loan, and then REDTIF. Some of these you may be familiar with, and again, I'm just doing a really quick overview, so please reach out for additional information. But with the Rural Opportunities Program and the Rural County Grant Program, this is a grant of $200,000 that Kane County gets every single year. And so it was formerly known as the Rural County Part A, and this is specifically for counties of the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th classes, which means small counties, population-wise. We have a CEO board that we report to for this money, and basically $4.8 million goes directly to our most rural counties, which is awesome. And that locally is managed by Kelly here and the local economic board. And part of that money helped put on our event today. So you'll see that money at work right here in our community. Then we have the Rural Opportunities Community Opportunity Grant, which was formerly known as the Rural County Grant Part B. There's $3.95 million that's available for business recruitment, development, and expansion, or workforce training and development, or infrastructure and capital facilities improvements for business development. As you can see, they've left that wide open. Wide open. We heard from all of our mayors earlier today. You can apply for this grant. We went through our first selection process just a couple weeks ago, and we had 42 applicants, and I believe we awarded 16. I think that was right. And some received full grants and some received partial grants. I'm going to highlight Lawrence here. Lawrence Barlow is with Hilldale City, and they received the top grant, almost just under $600,000, which is the amount that you can apply for. And they're going to use that money for a rural innovation center and tourism stop. So look for that along the highway in Hilldale very soon. They're going to take an existing building and renovate it and hire staff and have an opportunity to have all of our resources that we've highlighted today, like the Small Business Development Center, Atwood Innovation Plaza, SBDC, SBA, all stop in there and do counseling in their rural location. So that was really exciting. So keep that on your radars, mayors. And also counties can apply for this as well. We have our READY grant. There's $1.5 million in ongoing funding. The main thing to know about READY is that the employer has to pay at least 110% of the county's average wage, and you can get $4,000 to $6,000 per employee that you hire full-time and retain. So talk to me about that. You can get a maximum of $250,000. Several of our local communities have used this grant in the past, and I'd like to see it utilized more here in Kane County. Next, we have the Rural Communities Opportunity Loan. Again, this is new. This was money that came from ARPA, and the state put it into a revolving loan fund. And there's $21 million. So if Alton needs some new improvements with their power system, or Glendale needs some water infrastructure improvements, they can take advantage of this loan program to help gain money to do those projects. And again, talk to me for additional details. And then Red TIF. So this is a program where it's also based on job creation, and it's a little bit different than Ready, but you actually get tax credits up to from 30 to 50% in tax credits for your business, and it's all based on a formula and on the number of jobs that you create. And it's a detailed program, but I find it to be very accessible. It seems intimidating, but once we help you go through the application process, it's really not intimidating. So if you're thinking about hiring anywhere from 35 to 50 employees over the next 3 to 7 years, talk to me, and let's talk Red TIF. Other programs that we have are the Enterprise Zone credits. That is a program that's being sunsetted, and so there are still some of those enterprise zones here in the state of Utah, but they are phasing out. We have the Small Business Credit Initiative, PTAC, which is awesome if your business is interested in getting government grants, come talk to us. And then we also have our Main Street program too that I can talk to you about. So if you're, again, talking to the mayors and people who work with the cities, if you're interested in the Main Street program, let's get you connected with the right people to help you spruce up your Main Street. This is my contact information. Feel free to grab your cameras and take a picture. Most of you have my number and know that you can use it day or night. Just call or text me, and if I don't answer right away, I'll get back with you as soon as I can. But it's a privilege for me to work with Kane County. This is where my heart is. This is where my friends are, and we're doing great things. And I feel like I'm in a position to do more here in Kane County. So again, please take advantage of the opportunities that we have and connect with me to learn more. So thank you. And that was the quick overview. And now I'm going to turn the time over to Stephen Lisenby, who's going to tell you about how the rubber meets the road with some of these programs. Stephen is my friend and colleague. Come on up. And he serves as a senior advisor for rural affairs to Governor Spencer Cox. Stephen has been involved in community, economic, and workforce development throughout Utah for the past 20 years. In addition to his state role, Stephen is currently an assistant vice president of the Office of Regional Services at Southern Utah University, where he oversees departments and centers focused on community, economic, and workforce development programs and partnerships. Stephen is a friend of Kane County, having lived in Kanab with his young family some years ago while working for the Utah Department of Workforce Services. He has continued to maintain his friendships here and advocates strongly on behalf of the business community and county government. So please welcome Stephen Lisenby.
So I'm sitting on the side over here, and I'm starting to get a little anxious. It's the moment before you get up and bear your testimony in church. Bad joke, my bad. Anyways, I get excited because I'm looking around the room and I see so many people I care about. And I see this room full in a building that didn't exist when I was here. I remember the presentation to Governor Huntsman about a center like this, what the impact would do to the community. And it was this crazy vision. Damn it, you guys did it. Good job. And I look around and I see friends that welcomed me to the community, who are friends with my wife and my children. I still joke about the fact that at 1 a.m., the night my third child was born, my wife and I jump in the car and we go as fast as we can to the hospital. And along the way, we get pulled over at 1 a.m. And, the particular officer on duty pulls over and is like, oh, today's the night, huh? Okay, get going. And those are just great memories that you only get to create in communities like Kanab. And they need to be preserved. They need to be maintained. But the reason why people want to come be in places like this is because they get a taste of that. And then they want to come be a part of it. And Commissioner Heaton and I were joking earlier about, somebody saying, hey, I came when there were 6,000 people. I don't want to be 7. And I said, well, Wade, why don't you just tell them? I came when there was 1,000. Glad you're here. Glad you're my neighbor, because I sure enjoy getting to know you, right? I remember when Celeste moved to town, 5 houses down from Pam and I, and we became great, Commissioner Myers, I apologize, Commissioner Myers. So we became great friends, and my wife Pam and her spent time together, and she fell in love with the community, and now she's helping lead the community, okay? This is great, right? So anyways, I'm excited to be able to talk a little bit about what the state is doing to help support you. And let me start out with something really fundamentally important. That the question that our team asks ourselves as we engage with you is, what are you doing and how can we help? Okay? Which puts the burden of responsibility of planning on you and puts the burden of responsiveness on us. And then puts a burden on the legislative body to help us both figure this out. Okay? And it's a great process, but we all have to play our role. And I want to talk a little bit today about maybe some of the things that are happening at the state level to support that. And so as we look at this, first, there's the conversation around growth has to happen, and it's happening right now. Our unmatched natural beauty, countless outdoor recreational opportunities, strong families, connecting communities, one of the most vibrant economies in the U.S. There's so much that makes Utah special, and what makes Utah great is also what makes Utah grow. We have to remember that, okay? The minute we stop being who we want to be because we don't want to share that, then we're no longer happy because we don't get to enjoy what makes us who we are, right? So a few facts. Fastest growing state in the nation for 10 years. Last decade, nearly 2/3 of the Utah's growth came from in-state births. We got to keep remembering that, okay? So there is positive internal growth. There's great projections of where this might look. 70% of Utahns think the most important state issues are growth related. Now, a couple key messages, right? Utah's appeal means others move here and our children stay. Utah can remain a great place to live. We must work together. So how does the state get involved in this? Well, a few things. One, the governor's created a roadmap. And on the roadmap, and by the way, man, I can't see the timer because there's a Wi-Fi thing on there. I want to be accountable. So he's created a roadmap, and I want to just briefly buzz through that. Most of you have heard about it. There's a legislative partnership that's happening that's never happened before. The legislative partnership, I'm going to dive into real quick, is a level of respect and coordination. There was created a Unified Economic Opportunity Commission. The governor, the speaker, and the president chair it together. And it's almost like a second layer of interim meetings for the legislative body that is 100% interacting with state agencies. And this group meets regularly. We met, I sit on that as a commissioner. We met earlier this week. 71 policy recommendations that are jointly being recommended by Speaker, President, and the governor were approved from that commission on Tuesday. I don't think that has ever happened to Utah before, and it sure hasn't happened anywhere else in the world, okay? These are all things that are making a difference for us, and we can move through business quicker because of that coordination. And then lead locally. We very much believe in creating funding, jobs, and local leadership capacity. So I'm going to go quickly through a few of these things here. The roadmap, if you're not familiar with it, it's an amazing website. There's principles and priorities. I'm just going to highlight the fact that rural is one of the 6 priorities on here. And that's amazing. We've taken that seriously. We've gotten busy, and if you notice in this picture here, that's your single largest employer in your county sitting at that desk presenting to Governor and Lieutenant Governor in the rural office, just an hour away. Unified Economic Opportunity Commission, as I mentioned, powerful, powerful group, and is changing the landscape of how we coordinate together. So I'm going to talk a little bit more about local engagement. That's probably where I'll spend most of my time, other than how the state agencies are being responsive. The idea that we need to understand our roles, and the state role is to be supportive of local plans and efforts. We have to organize all of our resources around that and place our efforts to align with that. That's why we have decided to put outreach managers from Governor's Office of Economic Opportunity right in the field, okay? We get out and we listen. It's so much fun, right? Then we come back and make decisions about what we've heard. And Colette shared a few of them. Created a leadership academy that's 100% focused on building capacity with leaders to be able to lead. Kane County had a couple county leaders involved in that and does again this year. Red TIF, single most powerful economic tool for rural Utah ever created. Ever created. 50% of your investment can be recouped by reducing the amount of taxes or state revenue you generate for yourself. No other state does that. It's only designed for rural. That's the R in Red TIF. Every state has an Ed TIF. We made a Red TIF, okay? Moving jobs to rural Utah. Do you realize that almost 27% of state jobs are in rural Utah right now? We were about 24% when we came into office. We're almost at 6,000 employees. If you take out state hospital and a couple things you can't move, that goes way up. And we're climbing. And then the Economic Opportunity Funding, that was one of the first strategies we came up with in the Unified Economic Opportunity Commission, we'll talk about it in a minute, is simplify rural programming so it's easier and more accessible and more impactful. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about state agencies being focused on you. Talked about Colette being right here, a couple of the programs she talked about. Your program, your Rural Community Grant Program, has 6 things that you're focused on. These are those. There's metrics associated, there's a budget associated, they're being impactful, they're being on target, they're being responsible. And then they have to report on that to become eligible for the next year. And Kane County is doing a great job. You can't talk about community impact without transportation and various high level. There's 2 things I want to share. One, your communities work really well with Utah Department of Transportation. The projects on dock come up to about $50 million. And they're going great. You have great advocacy, you have great leadership, and it's a great partnership. Department of Commerce, a few interesting things that I want to share with you probably aren't on the front page. So you created an Office of Professional Licensing Review. The idea is to create change to make it easier for people to do business. So they're going through and reviewing policy and saying, I don't think we need that. Reducing the barrier for individuals to maintain their professional license and to do business. Cut fees by $5.2 million on licensing. Help support 2 significant settlements, bringing a lot of money into our communities. And I thought this was interesting. I asked for some business license information. The oldest business license in Kane County began in 1955. At least it's been renewed every year since 1955. 82 new ones last year. A total of 1,222 as of the end of December. That's a lot of business activity. That's really cool. So public lands are a big deal. It's important to protect access and support healthy utilization. Kane County does a great job with that, accessing so many funds to the tune in the last 7 years of $2.348568.14 million. That's 6.75% of the total funds issued in the state of Utah. That's amazing. A lot of great work with Public Lands Office, a lot of coordination to keep roads open and accessible. East Zion has been a big project in a lot of ways. And as we look at these, Mike's done a great job sharing some of this information, but we're working closely with the jail system to look at the contracts in a way you can anticipate and forecast and manage the utilization there the best, and it's in the best interest of the county. Your sheriff does an amazing job representing you. I hope you all know that. He's a great advocate and great voice. Accessing funding to support drinking and sewer water projects, done a great job with that. And as I conclude, what I wanted to just put your eyes on is the future. This next year, the proposal in the budget that the governor pushed out, which the legislative body reviewed last week, and they struggled finding anything to take out. Okay? It's $1 billion in tax cuts, significant investment into education, $463 million into rural investment. There's so many wonderful things in this budget that are directly focused on us as people, us as healthy communities. And the reason we got to this spot, we go back to where I began, is because we know the quality of life and we ask ourselves, what are your plans and how can we help? I hope you think of any state agency or governor's office person as just a partner in your journey. We're grateful to be here, and I can't wait to join these gentlemen in the back for lunch. Thanks.
Thanks, Stephen. Are you? That's amazing that business since 1955. Are you allowed to share what business it is? Is that? Oh, okay, we don't know. Interesting. Anyway, thank you, Stephen. So the next part of the program is, it looks like we're ready for lunch. And we really appreciate Sago and Brown Box for providing lunch and dessert. And there's plenty of food, so don't walk away hungry. But we can go ahead and break for lunch. Yeah, we really appreciate everyone being here. And would encourage you to attend the breakout sessions afterwards, especially with Rick right after the conference. And several other sessions are offered, and I hope you can attend.
I forgot my glasses. Let's get rid of that. All right, so I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker. I got to tell you a little story on this, though, to introduce him. And I don't know who stole my notes. I'm a little ticked at somebody that took them. I literally had notes over here because I'm a last-minute kind of guy, and so I was writing up the introduction I was going to do, and now they're gone. So somebody's got my notes. But since I wrote them down, I'm going to remember everything I put on there. But I want to, this is how we came about getting Dr. Richard Gardner. It was about 10 or 11 years ago, that Richard gave a keynote at the Rural Utah Summit over at SUU. And I had just contracted with the county to do economic development things, so it's the first thing I went to of any kind of economic development thing, and he was a keynote speaker. And Kelly was also there, and so when we were talking about it, I was asking, he says, would you remember that guy that spoke like 10 years ago? And I said, yeah, I remember that. I said, I still have my notes. And the funny thing about my notes is there were several times over the 10 years I thought, I ought to just throw these away maybe. And I said, no, let's hold on to him. Because it had his phone number on there, because he had it up there on the screen, and so I kept those. And I literally thought about throwing it away about 5 times over those 10 years, but I kept them. And I think that's interesting that that's what happened. But anyway, let me tell you a little bit about him. I had a chance to spend 5 hours yesterday, and we went all over Kanab, and he was just telling me, he says, you planned this. And now I'm going to probably spend $10,000 here in the next couple of years. I go, Tim, what are you going to do? You're going to bring a family reunion down here. And you know, when he says that, it's absolutely true. Yesterday, I took a picture of his bucket list for the rest of this year. And he does have a family reunion. It's Priest Lake. Yeah, Priest Lake. But let me tell you where this guy is going. This is just a stopover. When he's going to go to Turkey this year. He's going to go to, he just got back from Vietnam. He's going to go to Jordan and Egypt. He's going to go to South Africa. He's going to go on a Viking River cruise, the family reunion, and then he's going to go to Australia, New Zealand, and all of that. That's in 2023. And all of them are going to be an adventure, the different adventure tours and stuff like that. Another little thing I'll tell you about him. Richard has walked 1,600 miles across Spain. He's done 4 times, is it 4 or 3 times? 3 times the Camino de Santiago. And so he's been a pilgrim. And if you need to go look that up on Google, it's really fascinating and to do that. And so he's got a doctorate degree. He was the head of rural economic development for the state of Idaho. And he's given over 100 keynotes and different things. He's retired now. When I did call him, he says, well, I've been retired for 2 years. And when I called him, he had just barely got back from Vietnam. And so we're just glad to have him here. I just totally enjoyed really getting to know Richard yesterday and then our phone calls. And I'm really looking forward to having him up here and being able to share his wisdom and his experiences and everything that he's learned in his 40 years of working in economic development, especially in rural America.
That's fine. Okay, well, thank you, everybody. I am both flattered and humbled to be here today. Flattered that Matt remembered me giving a talk so many years ago, and humbled by listening to all the progress you guys have made in the last, just this morning. You guys are so far ahead of Idaho. It's not funny. I'm not kidding you. And I feel very lucky to be here, for that matter. It's funny how the smallest things in life can alter the course of your life. And back in the late 80s, I worked for 4 governors over time, and I happened to be in the foyer of the governor's office, and out comes Cease Andrus, and he sees me and says, hey, Richard, can I talk to you for a second? Well, of course, he's the governor. And, he says, I really like, you've been writing a lot about water markets, and I really like what you've been writing. He said, but I'm afraid my political opponent is going to try to claim that I want to export Idaho's water to California. He said, so could you please find something else to study? There it was. You don't say no to a governor. I started looking around, and this is in the late 80s, and seeing all these boarded up storefronts in communities in rural Idaho, and it just tugged at my heartstrings because I had had a very lovely upbringing in a small town in southwest Michigan. And so I said, okay, rural development it is, and thus began the course of my career in the next 30 years. So, funny how things happen. Okay, here's what I'd like to do today. First, I can't resist, because I'm an economist, I got to give you about a 5-minute lesson in economics. Then we're going to go through the community potential matrix, and I thought, you guys are, once again, Matt's ahead of me, I thought that while I described these 20 different ways to diversify an economy, that you'd be scoring it. However, we've already passed those scorecards around, got them back and tallied them, so we're a little bit ahead of the game, and I'll talk about that in a minute. Part 3, I'd like to talk about the progress that I've observed that you've made. And then lastly, of course, the what's next, which is, after all, the theme of this thing. All right, so you can think of a local economy as a rain barrel. It's an old wooden, leaky rain barrel. And the money that you earn and that you capture is the rain that goes into that barrel. But there are several leaks. There's a leakage of anything that you buy that you can't make in Kane County is an import. Sorry, that's leaking out of the barrel. Whenever you buy something that's not made in Kane County, food, clothing, et cetera, and also services, those are leaks of consumption dollars. Then there's a leakage of your investment dollars. When you put money into a retirement account and it goes into a mutual fund or something out in Boston or Wall Street, those are leakage also. And lastly, there's a little bit of waste due to inefficiency. Now, when I first got this thing, it showed taxes and Social Security as a leak, but that is not correct. So I piped it back up to the top because payments to individuals, such as Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, blah, 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 that counts. That's money into the rain barrel. So are government grants. And you guys have been quite successful in capturing some of those grants. We also have an advantage here in the rural West that we are very spread out. Distances are far, so western counties like Kane County tend to get more than our fair share of transportation funding to build and maintain a federal highway system, right? So like when I calculated in rural Idaho, we actually got back $1.31 for every dollar we paid in taxes. Pretty good deal. Okay, now most towns, they have a reason for being, and I'm just gonna go through these quickly, but it could be to develop some natural resources. So the fur trade in Pierre's Hole, now known as Driggs, Idaho, all the fur trappers would gather in the 1830s and, do their rendezvous. You could have mining strikes. You could have sawmill towns. You could have fertile grazing land, dry land grazing, or irrigated cropland. Then there are the transportation hubs. And all along the East Coast, there's something called the fall line, where a change in geology causes, there's some hard rocks and there's a waterfall all along every river that's flowing into the Atlantic. Towns formed at the base of those falls, and they could use hydropower, they could travel by boat to the ocean and back. All line towns. You could be at a port or a ferry. I think of the ports on the Columbia River, ferries. I won't go there. Could be a stop on the Pony Express. Could be a wagon road. Could be a railroad that goes through. Could be a highway or an interstate crossing. Then there are kind of local trade centers. Like in Iowa, their towns are spaced so that no farm is more than half a day's wagon ride from a town. Why? Because on Saturdays, they would load up the wagon, take it into towns, maybe sell some goods, buy the supplies they need, and need to get home, in the same day. Interesting spacing. It could be because there's a source of water. There's a little bit of that aspect here, I think, a desert oasis, a hot springs, a source of irrigation water. Could be a defensible location. If you ever travel to Tuscany in Italy, you'll notice there are a lot of towns located on the hilltops because they were like tribal warring kind of thing during the medieval times. And then there are places of natural beauty. There are places that are just a spiritual retreat. Like if you've ever been to Chaco Canyon, there's no economic reason that ought to be located there, but for some reason it was the center for over 300 miles of Anasazi roads. I'm thinking it might have been a place of high spiritual importance. And then lastly, there's one exception. I was in a workshop doing this presentation once, and I heard this very small voice from a Native American woman who spoke up and said, "There's no reason for my town to be where it is. We were sent there." And as my amends to that lady, I've tried to tell this story at every presentation I've done since, because she was right. It was an administrative decision by the U.S. federal government. Now, in a way, and you guys can talk about this later, with Kanab's history, you may also be an exception, because if I understand it correctly, it might have been an administrative decision by Brigham Young that got Kanab to where Kanab is. We can talk about that more later. Now, switching economic engines of growth can be very painful change. Wallace, Idaho comes to mind. It's in what Idaho's Silver Valley, very productive silver mining. Unfortunately, they were bringing up lead along with that silver. Later became a Superfund site. And if you go to Wallace today, it's a very quaint town with kind of a 1920s feel to it, with brick downtown. There's actually, it serves as a base for a ski lift that goes up so you can stay in Wallace and ski during the day. Quite a change. Weiser, Idaho, thriving little ag town until it got bypassed by Interstate 90. Kind of left it high and dry. It was grasping at straws, but it was a very simpatico kind of a location, and it began attracting some retirees, and it's about the size of Kanab, and has been able to maintain that through some innovation. Jerome, Idaho, well, there's a town, they're so distant from markets. They had a problem because there's fertile row crop land and also some great grazing land. So they needed to minimize the weight of things they're exporting. So what do? They take their alfalfa hay, they feed it to dairy cows. They get milk. That's still not light enough. So they have Jerome Cheese Company, and Jerome has become one of the largest in Idaho, the largest producers of processed cheese in America, second after, and I think our dairy herds are third after Wisconsin and California. Once again, adaptation, not always easy, but necessary. Sometimes that change is very frequent. Island Park is a strange little town, claims to have the longest main street in the world at 23 miles. I don't know. It's a long, skinny town. And it's right west of Yellowstone National Park. So they began with fur trapping clear back in the day. Then they put in stage lines as Yellowstone Park got established. Later, they established sheep and cattle ranches, and they would summer them there and then take them to a winter place in the high desert. Then they logged it over. Then they built a railroad through there. Then the people were noticing this valley has a lot of attraction. Like, you can do some great fishing in Henry's Lake. There's a giant spring called Big Spring, Mesa Falls, both upper and lower, etc. So they started first as a series of membership clubs, but now it's an emerging destination. Next came a whole lot of real estate development and construction. Is this story starting to sound familiar? And, construction by definition is not a sustainable enterprise, but what was the result? Well, it became kind of a vacation home, a second home place for people in Idaho Falls. And given that they are LDS, they tended to be very large vacation homes, 4 and 5 bedrooms. And so now you have a lot of part-year residents, retirees. You've got a very active vacation home rental business. It's like a fly fishing mecca up there on the Henry's Fork. So that's what a building boom will produce. Okay, what happens if a community cannot adjust? They become what I call a remnant community, and I think we've all seen those with some occupied houses, some running down, half vacant downtown. Then eventually they're going to become a ghost town, and the West is full of those. Okay, food for thought. Why did Kanab come to exist? What was your first economic engine? Have you already shifted your economic dependence in the course of Kanab's history? Is a switch to another economic engine underway today? What are the sources of income into the Kanab and Kane County rain barrels today? Things to think about. Okay, now I want to talk about this little tool we call the Community Potential Matrix. And by the way, there is a more detailed handout that will be emailed to you by Matt later that talks about conditions and criteria for success and potential actions you might take to realize this potential. But there are 20 different ways here that I've come up with as a little tool to think about economic diversification, because we had a lot of one-horse towns in Idaho, and like Kanab, maybe they needed to diversify. And this, I think we're going to skip over because I was thinking we were going to be ranking these as I went along, but as usual, Matt is very efficient, so we'll move on. Okay, first, here's the natural resource cluster. You can add value in agriculture. You can add value to forest products. And oh, by the way, I love these. There's several wooden tables out in the lobby here. I mean, those are like wooden works of art, I swear. And they remind me of a business in Idaho called Trick Woods, which works with character wood, which are trees that got warped and have wiggles and stuff in them, make very interesting bed frames. Trick Wood in Riggins, Idaho. Value-added mining. And I think it sounds like there's something going on here with a coal mine. Energy diversification, a big solar farm that I learned about here. Environmental restoration. Like I was talking about Wallace, they had quite a business as a Superfund site because they had to spread 18 inches of soil over the whole darn valley to cover up the lead and to lower the rates of cancer in their children. Now, there's several different ways you can add value to that whole thing. You can develop a new resource stock, which happens. You can create new products. I remember doing a national conference on processing small diameter trees because old growth had pretty much run out and the Forest Service was reducing the cut. And so we had demonstrations and field trips of all manner of different ways to use small diameter wood. You can address or develop new markets, and that's a big one. An easy one to think about. Oh, maybe I'll get to that. Well, I'll tell this story. I had a friend named Reuben Miller, and he was the mayor of Fairfield, Idaho. And Fairfield is a pretty high, dry ag valley, and it's so marginal that he ran the grain elevator there. And one day he had an inspiration. He realized that farming was so marginal on the Camas Prairie that nobody was applying fertilizer and they couldn't afford chemical insecticides and such. He realized we're growing organic wheat. He went down to the Idaho Department of Ag. They started studying it, and within a little while, they had certified, indeed, it was organic wheat. Then he contracted with the largest baker of sourdough bread in San Francisco. They bought the whole valley's wheat, and in the process, humble Reuben Miller had increased profits by probably 20 to 30% for farmers in that whole valley. Nice job, Reuben. Bless his soul. Or you can lower production costs, and we'll get into this a little quicker. Okay. Then we have the business development cluster. The first two are things that every town can be doing, and I think you guys are: business retention and expansion. Take a look at your local businesses, find out what their issues are, if they want to grow. If they want to grow, what are the obstacles to that growth, and then you start addressing those. I'm going to tell a story on Tonopah, Nevada from a long time ago. At that time, the president of the Economic Development Group in Tonopah, he had a large machine shop, and he was making all-terrain emergency vehicles. He had more orders than he could meet, but he didn't want to expand because he didn't want to mess with employees. So here he is, the president of the Economic Development Group, looking in the mirror at the problem. Second, this is one everyone should be doing too, plugging retail leakage. This involves taking a survey of residents to find out what are you buying locally versus what are you buying outside of Kane County, both goods and services. And then you ask yourself, is there enough business there to plug that leak with a new business? Easy enough to do, just takes work. Entrepreneurship development, I'm going to get into that right shortly. And then number 9, I have business recruitment. And I consider business recruitment to not be a super high priority in rural Idaho. Why? Because people tend to make incentives. They want to, incentivize getting a company to come into your town. So they start giving away property tax revenues with rebates or abatements. Then they start, we'll pay for your infrastructure, blah, 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 blah. Before you know it, they bid away the profit from getting that business. So it's really kind of a false thing. Now I want to talk about entrepreneurships. There are a lot of different kinds of entrepreneurs. We heard from a youth entrepreneur this morning with, was it Sewing by Lynn? Anyway, great example. You've got your business startups. I think we're familiar with those. Necessity entrepreneurs, this happens when, say, you have some kind of wrenching change in a small town. Maybe the sawmill goes down, and that person figures out, I am better off taking a risk and trying to start up a new business than I am relocating my whole family and my home and all that. It's a rational calculation. Many of them have enough motivation, they succeed. Growth entrepreneurs, those are a great class of entrepreneurs because they want to grow larger. And I think we heard about that with Best Friends trying to kind of expand its reach into other parts of the country. Lifestyle entrepreneurs, there are a lot of them in high amenity western communities like Kanab and Kane County. These are people who are professional enough, but they want to support themselves in a comfortable fashion, but they have limited desires to expand and grow. So, it's a lifestyle. And I may be guilty of that my own self. When I stepped down from state government and started consulting under the name Bootstrap Solutions, I wanted to support myself and my family. I didn't really want to become a large consulting firm. I was a lifestyle entrepreneur. Then you have transitional, and that's not necessarily exactly a class of entrepreneurs, as it is a reminder to all of us that you need to think about intergenerational transfer of a business. With farms and ranches, that's very important. Who's going to continue running it? Maybe one of the kids has an interest, maybe not. But it was small businesses. You may have been working and been succeeding well for 30 years, but do you have a game plan for the future? You ought to, because otherwise you're going to leave your family in a crisis when you pass on. And lastly, civic and social entrepreneurs. Not all entrepreneurs are change agents, work in the private sector. You can operate just as well in the nonprofit sector or even in government. And I guess I would call myself a public entrepreneur. When I worked for the Idaho Rural Partnership, I started over 50 interagency, public-private, multi-year collaborative projects to improve conditions in rural Idaho. As soon as I got one up and running, there'd usually be some player who was a natural lead. I'd hand it off to them and go start the next project. So I was kind of a serial public entrepreneur, if you will. And lastly, up here in the upper right, you've got your serial entrepreneurs. And I have discovered we have at least one in the room here. Matt is a serial entrepreneur. cut and dried. Matt is not content unless he has 1 or maybe 5 projects that he's working on. Am I right, people? Yeah. Serial entrepreneurs like Matt are worth their weight in gold to a community because they just keep going and keep creating. And then they pass it off and thank you, Brown Box, for dessert. Okay, here's a little model of a business that I developed along with the head of economic development in North Dakota once long ago. If you think about what goes into a business, I think there are 4 crucial elements. You got money, you've got capital, you've got labor. It used to be land, labor, and capital, as I was taught in microeconomics, but land's not really a limiting factor in a rural area, is it? So instead I substituted technology, and having good technology is an important part of a successful business. And then the last one is market information. And back, in the old days, it was like commodity production. I'm producing bushels of wheat or bushels of corn, I don't care. Well, now we've learned we have to differentiate those products and market to different niches within that market. So, I was talking about organic here a minute ago. And who brings all 4 of those factors of production together? Why, of course, it's the entrepreneur. And you can use this. Of course, the entrepreneur is working within a 6th element, and that is the community, both the infrastructure of the community and the culture of the community. And in some places I've been to, communities kind of gossip and castigate, business failures. In other communities, they reward them and say, okay, they're learning a lesson, maybe they're going to succeed next time around, and you just keep supporting those people. That's important. There's a couple of ways you can use this thing. One is if you're interviewing a business, you can be talking about those 4 factors of production and coax out of them what's limiting them. Is there a constraint there? And if there are, another way you can use this program, this model, and I've been hearing it today, is that there are support programs for every one of these things, whether it be workforce training, whether it be small business development loans, market information you can get from a small business development center, technology to help. All of that is possible. So it's both a diagnostic tool and a way to direct people to the right source of technical assistance. All right, next we have the tourism cluster in terms of ways to diversify your economy. Local regional tourism, and I'd use that photo on the right as a good example. That's up at Clay Peak, which is above Payette, Idaho, and you have, over 100 motocross racers came in for this race to rip and run in Clay Peak, a piece of BLM land with a recreation permit to it. They came from all over the West. That's spending in your local area. There can also be local attractions. Excuse me, I shouldn't have done that. I'll go back. Like on the lower right, that's a house made out of bottles in Rhyolite, Nevada, of all places, which is pretty much a ghost town, but is an interesting little kind of roadside attraction. I turned off the road to check this out. Pass-through visitor services. Oh boy, if you've got people that are going from point A to point B and your town is in between, the object is to get those people off the road, isn't it? You can get them to pull over, gas up, get a meal, take a deep breath, then they might notice something interesting in your town. Before you know it, they're spending money. And the longer you can delay their return to the road, the better off you are. And then it kind of becomes a blurred line before you're a destination. If you can answer the question, I'm going to spend my vacation in, you are a destination, right? And so, Sun Valley, Idaho, a 12-year destination, the mother of all ski towns. It's actually where the ski lift was invented. So on and so forth. And I see you becoming more and more of a destination. And as was said earlier, Matt is so clever because he got me here to do this presentation, and now it's going to cost me big time to bring all my family back for a week-long family reunion in 2 or 3 years. So good job, Matt. Lastly, there's what I call cultural tourism, and that just plays on the local history. The Jacob Hamblin story is kind of an example of cultural tourism. This picture on the lower left, there was a desert rat, and it's actually near this bottle house. He spent a decade or two making all these beautiful sculptures and just mounting them in the middle of this deserted valley in Rhyolite, Nevada. What the heck? But it's definitely one of these strange little things you want to look at and appreciate. Then I have the miscellaneous cluster. Transportation hub, you've talked about that a little bit. Sparks, Nevada is maybe my best example, where there are a tremendous amount of warehouses. Why? Because California has an inventory tax. And so it is cheaper for businesses to load things up into trucks, haul them over the Sierra Nevadas for just-in-time delivery. And hence they've more or less created the town of Sparks, Nevada to accommodate that. Then you have attracting retirees, and you guys scored yourselves reasonably high there. Retirees are looking for, well, first off, about 5% of people who retire every year are going to move to another state. That's what my research showed. I got onto this in 1988. There was only 3 people in the country checking this out at the time, realizing this isn't a passive thing. You can be proactive about getting your message as a place to retire. So they're looking for a mild 4-season climate. They want a low to moderate cost of living. They want affordable housing with quite a variety of choices. They need to have access to good health care as they're growing older. And you have to have high natural and perhaps cultural amenities, a lot of things happening in your town. And it needs to have a small town feel so that it feels safe, feels walkable. Is this sounding anything like a community near you? Lone Eagles is a term of art for people who are location free. They can do their business from anywhere. And so their criteria are actually fairly similar to what I just recited for retirees. 2 differences maybe. One is that they need high-speed internet connection in order to do their work. And you guys have done pretty good work on that. And this Recovery Act also has provided money for improving internet connections in rural America. And second thing is they want access to an airport because they need to go conclude their contracts or do their business from time to time. So those are Lone Eagles, and my impression is you've been very successful there. Telecom businesses, you can try to attract things. It used to be in the old days, it would be call centers. Well, you don't have to go to a central place to be a call center anymore. You can do customer service from your home remotely, just dialing in every day. I know this because my significant other does that. Telecom businesses can also be, I'm brought to mind that near Boise, they're talking about building an Amazon fulfillment center. Oh my goodness, that is a whole big investment and will be creating some jobs, but they make those decisions mostly. Healthcare is another way to diversify your economy. Remember, 20 or 25% of the U.S. economy is spent on healthcare, which is quite higher than other developed countries, but oh well. And like, think about this interesting little thing. If you are have one doctor in a little hamlet, a little village, it might support 5 to 7 other jobs, that doctor. And I'm speaking from experience. I have a son who is a primary care doc. But you know, you need a receptionist. You need a nurse, probably a nurse's assistant. You need a medical record keeper. You need a bookkeeper and billing person. You need a janitor. You know, all those things are supported by a single healthcare professional. So that can be an important thing to think about. Bedroom community. If you are a bedroom community, if people are living in your town and working elsewhere, you might just think about them as they're importing, an income into your town. And if you're going to be a bedroom community, why not be the best bedroom community you can be? You know, and so you look at education system, recreational opportunities for the families who are living there, so on and so forth. And people don't like to be called bedroom communities, but I say, you know, if the facts speak for themselves, why not embrace it? Lastly, attracting government offices. And you have a BLM office here, both federal and state government offices. They tend to be on fixed pay scales that look rather well, play well in rural areas. They tend to be people who are college educated, people who can be important sources of volunteerism in their community as well. So basically, the bottom line of what I'm saying is, let's reverse the economic development pyramid. Historically, business recruitment was the big thing. Well, maybe we ought to put entrepreneurship down as the big thing and spend a lot of time with innovative private, civic, and social entrepreneurs. Then you pay attention to existing businesses and try to capture local spending and the retention there. Lastly, you have amenity-based strategies. So, and these are the nice places that you're a visitor destination, you have retirees coming in, lone eagles, and then business recruitment is the icing on top of everything else. Sure, if an opportunity comes by all means, grab it, but focus most of your energy elsewhere. That's my suggestion. So, part 3 of my thing, progress made. And help me out here, Matt. You say tourism has increased 5-fold since 2011, and that's measured by? Is that's a room tax that's what I'm wondering, what's the measuring stick there? Okay, so good on you on that. Pass-through visitor services, you're acting as a backdoor to Zion. You're also a hub for visits to the North Rim, to Bryce Canyon, Cave Lakes Canyon, Pipe Spring National Monument, Coral Pink Sand Dunes, and a whole lot of other places. And gosh, Matt and I had a great time yesterday as he drove me around looking at some of these things, and we were two old guys trading war stories all day long. And it kind of blurs the line with eventually, yes, Kanab is emerging perhaps as a destination. It's a base for hiking. You've done a great job of identifying hiking trails. I just love all those single sheets that you have that show you some attraction you can visit, and it's got a map on the back. I've never seen those before, but I mean, that you call them your racks, information racks? Yeah, Kanab 1 sheets, and there's how many of them? I want to say 80? Over 80 of those. Okay, adventure maps, yes. Those are great, I think, and they inspire curiosity and a desire to stay longer, which is what it's all about. This convention center is another accomplishment. And improving food scene. I'd say it might be a growing food scene. I've certainly been growing during my time here. You've fed me very well. Local regional tourism. Here is where I might put in things like you've got a trail race, You've got a 10K that you do. You work with the Mountain Bike Association. You've got that Jacob Hamlin history. And I love all the Western Legends plaques that are all around. I've been stopping and reading a lot of those. It's just it's interesting to me, at least. Entrepreneurship, you've been doing a lot there. Think about the fact that your largest employer is a nonprofit. And the only difference in their entrepreneurship is that instead of being profit-driven, they're mission-driven, right? So Best Friends is mission-driven. They've got, at any point in time, 1,600 or 1,700 animals under their care. They're a growth entrepreneur seeking to expand their reach. Good on you. Little Hollywood movie set, and there again, I was talking about those things, but you're still doing commercials. We saw some videos about those. Those are bringing in dozens of crew members who stay maybe a couple days, maybe a week or so. And so it makes both Kanab a tourist attraction, but it's also creating jobs. Lone Eagles. The rise of the high-speed internet just facilitated this category like I couldn't believe. And then COVID promoted Lone Eagles even more, because if you can log in and do your job from home, that was very much encouraged. At the same time, people were getting the idea, maybe I ought to leave this crowded city and help my family by moving to a smaller location. So you've got hundreds of small businesses, and some of them may just grow. Second homes. You got to think of migration as being a process. So first you have familiarity with the area. Perhaps you have friends and family. Maybe your education exposed you to a town, or military service. You know, a lot of people, I'm thinking Mountain Home, Idaho, which is a big Air Force base, or family vacations brought you to a place. So you're familiar with it. You visit a place and you love it. So that means you come back and you have repeated visits. Maybe you do a little longer Airbnb visit. Then what the heck, you buy a second home because you like it so much. You start staying longer and longer there, and eventually maybe you retire, it becomes your primary residence. That is the process of migrating to a new community. Now, okay, I heard today there is tension within Kane County, and tension doesn't mean necessarily conflict, it just means forces pushing on each other. You know, there's tension about what's growth, what's desirable growth, et cetera, et cetera. I think those are, there's healthy conversations to be had around that issue. There's also tension about how you perceive nature. And, the Best Friends folks are going to have a different worldview than perhaps a farmer and rancher. I don't think there's anything wrong with that either. It's diversifying your worldviews, and those conversations can only help you grow. So Kane County is second homes for residents of Las Vegas, Salt Lake City, and I just say keep at it. Okay, now Matt's ahead of me. I'm going to catch up here a little bit. We did tally the scores, and we found that you were strong in the tourism area. Let's just check these out. You can come in afterwards and check out these scores. You rated yourself a high minus on energy diversification, a high plus on business retention and expansion, a high plus on entrepreneurship development, a high plus on local regional tourism, a high on pass-through visitor service, high plus on destination, high plus on cultural. Hello. I think there's a pattern there, and yes, Camille, the ball's in your court, isn't it? A high minus on healthcare, and so those are kind of where the emphasis ought to be. And so then you ask yourself, okay, what's next, and what are the kinds of things I can do to realize that potential? And you tell me, are those results surprising? Are they about as expected? What's next? That's for you guys to figure out, but here's a couple observations. You could have marketing campaigns and response kits created for those lone eagles who are drifting in and out of town. You could have similar kind of response kits for second home prospects and buyers that are going to enable your real estate folks. I have to say my significant other just loved your self-deprecating sense of humor with Raising Kane and Abracadabra. I thought those are awesome. Keep it up. And I've heard some great examples already here, but I believe that every farm and ranch can have a recreation enterprise on it. If you stop thinking that you're a farm or a ranch and start thinking, I'm a land management enterprise. And so yes, I have livestock enterprises, crop enterprises, but I could have a recreation enterprise. I might even be able to have an energy activity, a wind tower or two, or some solar farm activities. If you think about yourself as a land manager instead of a farmer or a rancher, I believe it just opens up your thinking a little bit. And I'm right here at the end. Don't be paralyzed by counsels of perfection. That's what Ben Franklin said. Another way to say it, this might have been Emerson who said, the perfect is the enemy of the better. So I hope you take something that you learned here and take action to benefit your community. If you can't read this little cartoon joke, these guys are, just dying out in the desert. They finally get to a water fountain and the guy says, now hold your horses, everybody. Let's let it run for a minute and see if it gets colder. I don't think so. Grab a hold and take off. Thank you very much for listening to me today.
Thank you. We really appreciate your insights and your expertise, and it's good to know that we're doing better than Idaho. Thank you so much. We appreciate everyone for sticking it out with us. Camille, you want to come draw the remainder of our door prizes? We appreciate all our speakers and everything that we've talked about. We'll try to make the presentations available in the next few days. And please attend the breakout sessions right after this.
Okay. Kaylee Brinkerhoff, are you still here? Oh, there she is. Atta girl, come on up and pick what you'd like. Kyler Ludwig, come on up. Lucky. Kyle Hershey, are you here? You got to be present to win. Oh, yeah, Kyle's here. Come on up. Jared Brinkerhoff, 2 for the family. Woo-woo. And Pat, are you? Yep, Pat Guerrero, come on up. You've won. Let's see, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got a few more. Lindsay Jones, are you in the room? Woo-woo! Come on up, Lindsay. Maddie Glazier? Maddie Glover. Guess I'll get my glasses on. Is Maddie here? She left? Okay. And Dan left. Emily Leyland? Woohoo! How are we doing on prizes? Okay. I'm going to throw these all back in at the end too. Justin McCarty? Is Justin here? All right, awesome. Congratulations. Adam Ortiz, you're here. Come on up. Congratulations. Kelsey Berg. Had to make sure we had one before I called your name. Where are you, Kelsey? Oh, woohoo! Then it looks like 1, 2, 3 more. Richard Gardner. Rick, come on up. Scott Levitt. Where's Scott? Over here. Congrats. One more. Okay. Oh, geez. Melvin Hamilton. Not here. You can get it for him. He's your significant other. We'll let that count. Come on up. Okay. We are going to put these back in, and then we'll draw for the staycation or the 2 nights, the guided tour, and a dinner in Kanab. So whoever wins this, make sure you get my number, and we'll connect and deliver. All right. Oh, and also I just got a wink from Arlen. That means they're throwing in a free cat. Just come talk to him. Lisa Jensen. Is Lisa here? Yeah. Woohoo! Congratulations, Lisa. Awesome. Very good. I'll hand the mic back to Kelly to wrap.
Thanks, Camille. Again, we appreciate everyone being here. We have the breakout sessions right after. Come on. Oh, are we giving it to her afterwards?
I just got to give her my phone number.
Ah. Okay. But please visit the booths. Get to know everybody that's here. There's a lot of resources as we've talked. And please attend the breakout sessions right after. The first one's with Rick Atkin. Should be really good. And then there's a business marketing panel after that, and a presentation with While You're in Town after that, if you're more interested in that. So the breakout sessions will be in the school board room. But you're welcome to stay and hang out in here and visit all the booths. And again, we appreciate everyone coming, and that concludes the 2023 Raising Cane. Thanks for being here.